It's a pleasure to be here again this morning and restart the meeting from yesterday, carry on. We have an apology from Councillor Benson Pope, who will be watching the meeting from home on the live stream, and I imagine we'll have a couple more councillors before too long. And Councillor Vandervis probably might be in the before too long basket. Anyway, our first speaker, who's scheduled for 11:10, but I believe he's here already, is Mr. Nigel Harwood. You here? So I think we may as well get underway if that works for you, sir. And everyone has an addendum to the original submission with them at the moment. Right, so you have 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes to take questions. And every time you want to speak, you need to press the button for the microphone in front of you, because if one of the councillors asks you a question, they will turn their microphone off, which will disconnect yours. But to connect it again, you just push the button. So when you're ready.
My addendum is very quick to read and basically it can be summarised very simply. A quite responsible district council, New Plymouth, who, in my opinion, have been fiscally responsible over the years, environmentally responsible. They were right into wastewater upgrades well before Dunedin in the 90s, etc. Decided to sell their stake in Powerco. And in the property that my brother and I own, you can see reading through there, we get a subsidy on-fire rates of $1.47 a day, which really fills me with inspiration and joy. And the value of that fund, this is the important part, has increased by 33% in 19 years. CPI has gone up by 62% at the same time. In other words, the value of the fund, and therefore its ability to subsidise rates, is going down the gurgler year by year. And so that's really the gist of my my addendum, is that, okay, you think you've got this enough money up front and it's going to be great for all time. A fiscally prudent council has proved the opposite. And there'd be no reason why this wouldn't happen here. And right at the end, I say, from a combined ratepayer or a customer perspective, this makes no sense. So my key points are, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the commercial world. In my original submission, I demonstrated how the purchase of Otago Net resulted in increased power prices. Our lines charge in Waitati is $2.69 per day, versus Dunedin's 60 cents. Andrew Sim's submission about the loss of jobs and thus income to Dunedin is correct. Aurora manages Otago Central Network, technical upgrades, renewal strategy, all the brain power comes out of Dunedin, not Cromwell. The same would happen if it was sold to someone remote, unless one of you fellas want to pick it up. And so it's my opinion the proposed sale of Aurora Energy Limited will not benefit the ratepayers or Aurora's Dunedin consumers as mooted in the consultation document. I'll wait for questions.
Councillor Mayhem.
I'm very interested to read your subsidy about the rates. So this is a New Plymouth property.
Yes, it is.
About the
yes.
Sorry, microphone.
So at the moment, did you know we are drafting a remit to local government about the rate subsidy, saying that it shouldn't be measured by the CPI, but perhaps the cost price index instead, because that's the right measure. And in my opinion, senior people should have priority for the rates rebates here in Dunedin as well as New Plymouth.
Well, that's a side issue, isn't it, as to how you subsidise people?
I'm disagreeing with you. This is the measure is broken. It should be increasing rate of influence.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Harwood, for coming in, both for your addendum and your original submission. I'll go back to the original submission and something that stuck out with me, and I'll just ask you maybe if you can expand on the comment you made. You said the only reason that one pays a price premium for a business is that one can see opportunities to strip out costs and increase income via higher electricity prices, or both. Can you maybe just expand a wee bit on that?
Well, looks like you're at a similar age to me. That's how Ron Briley made his money. He did it by asset stripping, buying a business, hopefully a distressed business, and then stripping stuff out. And if you go to, I don't need to present. If you go to monopolies such as, it's either Anglian or Thames Water in the UK, Thames, where Macquarie have taken a slice, all they've done is load it up with debt. Not brilliant management, not new pipes, debt. And in Sydney, they're doing this.
Very good. Councillor Wetherell?
Thank you very much for your presentation this morning, Nigel. Yes, you're quite right, loading up in debt. And would you agree with the debt increasing in Aurora year after year, that they're doing exactly that as we speak?
As I understand it, having been a former employee of Delta a different lifetime ago, the debt increase was in effect either dictated or tacitly supported by its owner, the Dunedin City Council. If we look forward and we're looking, say, growth in Central Otago and therefore further investment, you can justify the capital growth to whoever the electricity authority is to get your prices up to cover such debt as new transformers, lines, etc. And so it's not an issue.
Thank you. And in regards to the new Plymouth District's investment fund, going down year by year, most people's investments have been going up year by year. Have you got any knowledge, you haven't put it in here, I don't think, of what they actually invested their money in?
None. Other than the fact there's one of these Flash Harrys doing the investment on their behalf. I remember at the time the various investment authorities, quite reputable, they were salivating at the thought of getting their holds on the hundreds of millions that New Plymouth would have sitting in their little piggy bank.
Right. Mr. Howard, have you done the figures, the expansion of figures for your rates subsidy? Are you saying that $539 a year is subsidised to you from the PIF at New Plymouth?
Yep.
Right. So, have you extrapolated that out to the overall income of that fund? Because it seems to me you've only included the increase in the capital value of the fund of 33% in 19 years. You haven't included the actual payout to ratepayers as income from that fund. There's a vast amount of money, vastly more than 33%, that the fund earned that was distributed to ratepayers to offset rates. So have you added that in? Do you have a number for that? Yours is still on.
Okay. No, I don't have a number, but it is obvious that, well, it's obvious to me, I'm sorry, that if the value of the fund is going down in relative terms, it means it's being pillaged at a rate which is unsustainable, and therefore, in the long term, the 10% subsidy on rates becomes 9%, 8%, 5%, 2%. You have to look at, you only get the return on the investment at the time. Do you understand that?
Yes, but the council decision has been to distribute a lot of the return from the fund, and there's still money left to keep the fund going, but it hasn't kept pace with inflation, as you point out, or
Correct.
hasn't kept pace with the CPI index, but it could well have if they had not distributed as much from the fund.
I thought the purpose of selling Aurora, a proposed purpose, was to retire debt and therefore keep the rates down, etc. That's only a answer.
I think you need to, it says more in the consultation document.
Yeah, I read it. It was a pretty poor document, but never mind.
Anyway, look, that's right. That is, I don't believe that's the purpose of the sale of Aurora, but that's by the by. It's there in the consultation document. I just wanted to know if you had added that calculation of the rent.
No, because it
subsidy.
makes no difference. It makes no difference. If you look to the long-term trend, it makes no difference.
Well, it makes a difference to the earnings of the fund, but it does. It's a choice of council as to whether they're going to increase maintain the value of the fund or not. Yeah, and if that's your key point, I think that's a perfectly valid point.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Right, Councillor Gary,
Asked and answered.
Councillor O'Malley.
Macquarie also has paid itself quite heavy dividends during that period as well, in Thames Water. My question is, I'm sorry I'm late, I had to go to a transport meeting, so I came in towards the end of your presentation, but I can see here in the general theme of what everybody's presenting at. Are you saying basically the appreciation rate of an entity like Aurora always goes up faster than you can bring your fund up, so therefore over time, as soon as you sell it, as soon as you liquidate it, you start falling back?
In 1989, 1989, I was an MBA student here in Dunedin. My thesis was the valuation of what was then called Dunedin electricity. It was valued, because I didn't really know, I didn't know where the money was coming in, going out and everything. It was hopeless. But the valuation ended up being something like, by memory, $30 million. You're hoping to get, if you believe in unicorns and fairies, with no effect to the net ratepayer after it, you're hoping to get $1 billion. It's not a bad increase in terms of capital. So yes, the point is that your point is correct.
Very good. Very good. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now, next we have Mark Brown.
Good morning. Thank you for your time.
There's a timer on the wall behind me, and
Oh, yeah.
you just have to press your microphone every time you're ready to speak, but it's
all
going
go.
at the moment.
All right. I'd just like to build on what I've said in my short submission about why would you want to sell something for someone else to make more money out of it than you are yourself. It just doesn't make business sense in my mind at all. It seems to me that some people have been blinded by big numbers and just can't see past them, and it's short-term thinking. It's not probably part of the submission, but council needs to take a more serious look at debt saving rather than selling a good asset to to pay off debt. An example of what Mr. Harwood was just talking about is the Waipori Dam is now valued way lot more than what's in the Waipori Fund, and that valuation is based on earnings. And that's, you know, somebody's making a lot of money for it, and that asset is worth a lot more than it was when it was sold. That's about all I've got. Oh, and there's one thing I would like to say is, within the company, the companies themselves, please support the local companies. You know, there was an example just recently of Aurora letting a contract over their own their sister company Delta to an American-owned company. You know, and it doesn't make sense. We've got to look after ourselves. So, anyway, that's all I've got to add to what I've said there.
Great. Do you have a current value for Waipori Dam?
No, I don't. It was just something I picked up on some time ago, but I don't have those valuations.
Right.
But it's worth looking at, yeah.
Sure. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for your written submission, which I'll defer to now. Towards the end of your written submission, you're highly critical of the statement of proposal document. Can you just explain why?
Well, after reading
microphone. Yep, just press again.
After reading it, I mean, it read to me as though the deal's been done in a lot of people's minds, and that's not the case, and it was pretty biased in my mind.
And the other, because reading your submission, it pretty much reflects the vast majority of submissions coming to us, which seems to overwhelmingly be against selling. What would your comments to council be around the feedback from the public that is in not supporting this?
Well, I think
again, pressure button. That's annoying.
You've got to listen to the submitters. I mean, that's why we're all here. You're asking for the ratepayers' opinions, and it appears to me you're getting the message loud and clear. So I plead with you all to listen to them.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mark, how are you? See you dressed up for the day. Good to see. Would you basically agree then that the general theme of what a lot of people have been saying, and what is effectively was missing in the consultation document, is the appreciation value of Aurora, and that in fact it will get more and more valuable as time goes over? And
of course it'll get more valuable.
yeah.
I'm not used to, I don't normally need one of these things.
It's for the people at home watching.
You know, that the investment that's been made now that's creating the debt is increasing the value of the assets. So it's, and you know, the company is handling that debt no problem. So I can't see what the issue is. The biggest issue, I think, is in a lot of people's minds, they want to get rid of some of the city debt by selling this, but it's a backward step.
And would you be surprised to know that in the last annual report, our interest charges on the total city debt was 7.5% of rates intake. So 92.5% of the rates is actually going out to pay operational costs. So if we cleared our debt tomorrow, we wouldn't reduce the rates much anyway.
Well, that's good news, isn't it?
Councillor Mayhem.
Mr Mayor, thank you, Mr Brown. Hello, neighbour. So you think it was a mistake to sell Waipori?
I do.
And what would you suggest we do to, you know, what could we sell to lower our debt as a city? Do you have suggestions?
There's a number of things you can sell, but you need to look. There's lots of things you could sell, but I think council own a whole lot of things that they don't really need. And it wouldn't be missed. But the other thing you've got to look at is the costs, is the running of the show, you know, and it looked pretty extravagant from my side of the ratepayers bench. You know, some of the things I see happening around, but it's just the general your trough's only so big, and the problem you've got at the moment, there's too many snouts in the trough, and we need to get rid of some of them. And that's, you know, that's the way it is. And there's a lot of people who haven't had to hunt their own food, and they just wait for the trough to get filled up all the time, and that's not the way the world works. So, you know, you've got to take a real hard look at the management of the whole show. Not just these companies, but right across the board.
Right. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love your terminology, snouts in the trough, and what you're basically saying is council is spending far too much money. So we've got a number of reviews underway, and one of them is what we call the grants subcommittee, and the grants subcommittee disperses about $13 or $14 million a year to various community groups, and a lot of them. In your opinion, to try and balance out some of this council expenditure, rather than, of course, selling the likes of Aurora, would you be in favour of us spending less money in terms of funding those organisations and groups?
Absolutely. Because there's a lot of those, grants.
You need to hit that button again.
They're going to nice to have things, or, you know, but, you know, when times are tough, you put those things aside. Look, I have to do it in my own business. You know, there's a lot of things I would like to have right now, but I know it's going to be a year or two before I can do that, or hopefully. And that's what you've got to do. There's all sorts of groups around, and they've got to learn to live on their own and not live off the council.
And just a quick follow-up to that. That's great. Thank you for that answer. Last week we had annual plan hearings, and again, in line with what you're talking about today, that the people have spoken so far in relation to Aurora and that we should listen. Last week, for the annual plan, out of all the submissions that we had, there were 2 or 3 that said cut the rates increase, and everybody else is asking for us to spend more money. What would your view on that be?
Well, everybody wants you to spend more money. You know, someone's going to have to vet these guys and say, sorry, buddy, you've missed out. You know, I better not use any examples, but there was some I read about, and I thought, well, I don't believe that's council work to look after this particular group or that group, or and if it didn't happen, no one would actually notice. Only those few people who are concerned with those operations.
Very good. We've exhausted questions. So, yes. So thank you very much for your submission.
All right. Thanks, team.
And next we have Mr. Bob Barlin. So I'm sure, as you recall, there's a timer on the screen. You've got 5 minutes and then 5 minutes for questions, and you press the microphone button each time you want to speak. It's pre-pressed for you, so you're all set.
Your Worship, councillors, good morning everyone. I'm not going to talk on the submission per se because you've got it all in front of you, but I did prepare some notes on the submission which I've passed to Ms. Riddle, and they'll be available afterwards if anybody wishes to read them. Firstly, I'm against selling Aurora, primarily because it's crown jewels. It's got the potential for very, very good value in the future. And I think that selling it at the moment, and I'll now start to read my notes, DCC is in a position of weakness with high debt levels and considerable works needed, which will probably increase debt levels again. Any decision to sell Aurora at this time to pay off debt is a very easy decision to make. But in the long term, it could probably turn out to be the worst move made. Selling does not solve the budgetary problems long term. These need to be sorted. So what I'm saying is that procedures in regarding budgeting and spending across the board need to be looked at and improved on where possible. Selling an asset to get rid of debt immediately just means that in the future there could well be more budgetary problems happening because the procedures and processes haven't been sorted out. You just do it again. So next time around in 5 or 10 years, what are you going to sell? It appears that over a rather long period of time, debt has been allowed to grow and there seems to be little budgetary control. Each year, rates are raised for specific reasons, such as infrastructure. Yet when that particular project has concluded, a rates rebate is not forthcoming. And indeed, rates are once again increased for another project. To date, I believe rates rises are higher than the inflation rate. I've heard that materials costs have skyrocketed. If so, one option perhaps is that DCC buy their materials direct from overseas sources. This would prove to be a big saving, and if done through sister cities, could benefit all. Reading the paper the other day, Singapore burns all its refuse and then provides cheap electricity to its residents. Can we do that? If there is a need to obtain more income, perhaps we provide more paying car parks instead of selling them off and getting somebody else to make a profit. How about enforcing our own bylaws? Driving around this town, I see them broken every day and nothing happens. And penalise traffic violations in the city. To sum up, and I should have said this in the beginning, what is past is past. We now need to move forward and with fresh eyes, check our budgetary systems and procedures, then develop new and better systems to lead us forward. Get our systems in place and then look at getting rid of your assets if you still want to. But I think it would be a big mistake to do that at the moment. Thank you.
Very good. Questions? We have no questions. So such was the power of the narrative. Thank you, Mr. Varland.
Thank you all. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So I'll move, we have a recess for 10 minutes. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Carried, because our next two speakers appear not to be here. At this stage, we can recommence because our scheduled speaker for 11:45 is here. Ms. Olsen, is that right? Yes, Jen Olsen. So if you'd like to come to the desk, please, we'll get underway. So how it works, if you just tilt the microphone so you can speak directly into it, it's flexible, yes. And when you're ready, you have 5 minutes to speak. There's a timer on the screen behind me. And then 5 minutes for questions, for you to take questions. And when you want to speak, you need to press that button every time. Perfect.
Kia ora koutou. Yeah, that seems to be working. Ko Jen Olsen, tōku ingoa. I'm Jen Olsen, and thank you. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'll say at the start that I believe that given Aurora as an essential strategic asset of our city and our region, I want to urge Dunedin City Council to look after it on behalf of the citizens and community of Dunedin. I'm a resident in Dunedin of 30 years this year, and if I do as well as my nana, hopefully another 30 years. And I've always appreciated how the City Council here in Dunedin looks after the people and the assets of our city. I haven't agreed with every decision that Council has made, but I think that a sense of responsibility for the welfare of our city as a whole is a great guide for decision making today. We are in difficult financial times, and that's an international situation. And we're also facing an uncertain future of climate breakdown. I use that phrase climate breakdown advisedly, as the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said in last September. Climate breakdown has begun. That is the reality. We're already experiencing the breakdown of the predictability of our weather, and it's never been very predictable at the best of times. We can expect more weather records to be broken every year along those 1 in 100 year events, but we really do not know what the future holds. It could be extreme weather events, or it could be trends for warmer, drier or colder and wetter weather at times we don't expect it. And I talk about this because it emphasises the need for our council to think about the long term and how to look after our city and its people through difficult times that are coming. And looking after us includes protecting our infrastructure and maintaining control of essential assets. This is not the time to swap valuable concrete assets for cash that may or may not continue to provide an income over the coming years. As I'm sure you'll remember from the global financial crisis of 2008, the value of investments can go down as well as up. And you should also know that the global financial system is actually more fragile now than it was then. At the end of 2008, global debt was $164 trillion. At the end of 2003, it was $307 trillion. We didn't do anything to amend that financial crisis. And in addition, when selling a company that has been built and developed with public funds over many years, the true value can rarely, if ever, be realised. As an example that makes you think, if only they hadn't sold that, think about the government selling Telecom in 1990 for $4.25 billion. The telecommunications industry now has an annual income of $5 billion. I appreciate that these are very different companies from Aurora, but the principle of letting go of a valuable service that has taken many years to build up is the same. There's a long history here and overseas of the failure of privatised companies to invest in vital infrastructure and the tendency to sell company assets. And I'm sure you'll remember the debacle of the sale of the railways here in New Zealand. and how the government was forced, just to keep an essential service running, was forced to buy them back after they had been run down and assets stripped. Likewise, Air New Zealand. And there's a universal trend for privatised companies to increase prices, as of course they will, because they need to provide increased profits and dividends to their shareholders. And we're talking about a monopoly on the essential service of electricity provision. We would all end up paying more, to the detriment of the welfare of our city, and the profits will leave our region. My view is that organisations with a monopoly service should be held in public ownership as a matter of principle. Aurora belongs to the people, the businesses, the communities of Dunedin and our region. Please vote against the sale of Aurora. Thank you.
Okay, some questions. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Jim, for your presentation. I'm looking at your second to last in the paragraph before, and really it sort of adds to the role of Aurora in our community. And I notice in that second to last paragraph you say it shouldn't necessarily even be expected to provide an income. Would you agree that when you get someone like Aurora providing an income, it's obviously taking it from its customers, and if its customers are ratepayers, it's effectively diverted the payment from one place to another?
Of course. And yeah, and I think that letting Aurora function as economically as possible, that is not having to provide extra profits to investors, is the best thing for the people of Dunedin and the region.
And therefore, are you suggesting that maybe we need to look at Aurora through a different lens than a simple investment lens, and that its role as an infrastructure provider underpins our economy, so therefore we need to look at it through that lens as well?
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Ms Olsen. You talked about how passionate you were around keeping Aurora an electricity utility, and I know you have a passionate climate lens. What role do you see Aurora having in the future around decarbonisation and the importance of our control of it in that regard?
Well, obviously, you know, in the future we are going to be using electricity as a power source more and more, because we want to move away from other less sustainable sources of electricity. I mean, and we are so lucky to have our hydropower in the south. So Aurora as an electricity distribution company is going to have an increased importance in providing power. Yeah, and the costs that go along with that, as Councillor O'Malley points out, you know, profits from that don't need to be taken. The service needs to be provided at the most reasonable cost it can be to all our citizens.
And do you see our having control of it provides opportunity to drive that decarbonisation? Thank you.
Oh, I keep forgetting to turn this back on. Definitely, I do. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Miss Olsen, and for your lovely accent, which reminds me of where my father now lives in Somerset. I had two questions, but one's largely been answered, so I'll ask my second one. And it's around the statement of proposal document that went out to the public, and we've had feedback from other submitters that they don't feel that was balanced. What is your view on whether that was a well-balanced document?
Oh, I think it certainly appeared to me to favour selling. You know, I don't think it was well balanced. I don't think that any arguments in favour of keeping Aurora as a strategic asset for our city, you know, were put there. And the idea of getting some money it was seen to be made very attractive. I mean, my view basically is that if you're short of money, you don't go selling your furniture and then hoping that you've got enough to rent something to sit on. You know, doesn't make sense.
Right, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Do you have any concerns about council debt and the Aurora debt combined? You know, that it was like, is that something that worries you, or do you think that debt, you know, should just be sort of, because it's such an important asset, that we should work through that?
Yeah, I think that the debt needs to be continued to be managed as it has been, that looking after an asset is a more important thing. Clearing debt in the short term has become a bit of a focus, and I notice for this national government, you know, that is something that they tend to lean on, but using that as a reason to sell, basically, yes, sell our assets once again, which I thought we'd already been through this idea that this is not a good idea. No, I don't. I think that, yeah, we can manage that debt.
You mentioned the railways. I've mentioned that many times too. I think it's terrible what happened with that. Do you have any concerns that a similar thing could happen with Aurora?
Who knows? Yes, it could. I don't know. I mean, as I say, rarely, if ever, is the true value of these companies realised in sale. And private companies don't look at buying things unless they think they can make something from it. So if they think they can make something from it, so can we. It's valuable for all of us, for our city, and that's why we need to keep it.
Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
Just one more question, and it was when you mentioned telecom. One of the issues that people say is Aurora's carrying a lot of debt as capital investment as an infrastructure company, but what was your opinion that infrastructure companies in technology are often carrying quite a lot of debt, but they're also up against?
Well, of course. I mean, investment in infrastructure is something, again, that has been nationally has been lacking, and yeah, congratulations to Aurora if they have invested in our infrastructure. That's a good thing. That's something that we need. Yeah, I mean, our city has been good at doing that. We've got good water supplies, unlike some places, because we have invested, and we need to continue to do that.
Very good. Thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms Olsen, do you think that councillors should interfere with how companies are managed? And
well, I don't know if it's interfering with how they're managed. I mean, they need to be able to listen to reports from the company, talk with them, consult and look for advice where it's available. But councillors, unless they actually have expertise in electricity lines management, for example, probably shouldn't be directly interfering in a company that specialises in electricity lines management. Yeah.
so what I'm getting at, do you think a decision by council around a policy should interfere in a direction of what a company can and cannot do?
Well, again, I think that depends on what the policy is. I mean, I see that Aurora currently is in communication with the Otago Regional Council about policies around how their assets are managed, you know, across the regions. But I think that's for people who actually have expertise in the specific area to look at whether they need to give direction or not. There might be times when council policy does impact on a company, but there might be arguments a company puts forward that could influence council policy. I don't think there's a definitive answer for that, I'm sorry.
Very good. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very good.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And now we have Mr. Andrew Henderson. Okay, so you've got that, you just push the button when you want to speak, and 5 minutes, and it's on the timer on the screen behind me.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Andrew Henderson, a 50-year resident of Dunedin, proud resident. So yes, thank you, Mayor and councillors. I made a very brief submission, just talking around it a little bit. First off, I was disappointed in the materials that went out seeking submissions on this topic, and that the preferred option by council was already indicated in those materials, which I felt could create a bias in favour of selling Aurora Energy. I believe our country has a continuing history of both local and central government selling off core strategic assets to private companies. Often these companies are a small group of investors, mainly offshore. They have made enormous profits at the expense of domestic taxpayers, and in this situation, potentially ratepayers. I see it as basically a one-off cash grab if the sale went ahead, which would only make residents poorer in the long term by having to pay commercial rates for what was a basic public utility, which is essential for all of us. There's been a long history in underinvestment in the Aurora network by Dunedin City Holdings, and that was for shareholder benefit, which largely comprised the council. And I believe that the underinvestment would probably be made worse if Aurora was sold off to commercial interests. I'm also concerned that if a potential purchaser of Aurora decided that their investment was not economically viable, wasn't making enough of a return, could they run it into the ground? And what would happen to residents of Dunedin? As the speaker before me touched on, the sale of core strategic assets, we've had a long history of that in New Zealand. I have a little list here. Mostly state-owned enterprises, so the Bank of New Zealand, Telecom, New Zealand Steel, Mighty River Power, Genesis, Meridian Energy, Petrocorp, the Post Bank, Air New Zealand, the railways, state insurance, and the Shipping Corporation. They're all core strategic assets and have all been sold off, and I don't think any of us are any better off from those sales. Thank you for your time.
Okay. You may have been here when Mr. Harwood presented earlier, but he says that his rates in New Plymouth, where they've done a similar thing and put the proceeds of their lines company into a fund, which subsidises his actual own rates by $536 a year from the proceeds of that investment fund, instead of they weren't getting much from their lines company. So the question is, you're happy to keep Aurora and not have that, so you're happy to then to pay a corresponding $536 more on your rates in order to keep Aurora?
In order to keep Aurora, yes, I believe it's a core strategic utility. Selling it off, we can only do this once, and happy to pay my rates.
Thank you. It's just the balance there. Thank you. Next we have Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I found this process very interesting because people have showed so much emotion about it, and I wondered, you mentioned in here, I feel really strongly about this, and I just wonder where that's come from. Being in Dunedin, do you think some of it is that people remember the railways and how it was stripped, or do you think or?
I think I just look back. Sorry. In previous times when it seemed like a simpler life, all those core essential services were owned by New Zealand in that example, and were made available for the benefit of all at a reasonable cost. Nowadays, because they're private companies, we're at the whim of, I guess, what the stock market's doing.
Is your concern that the company might get taken over by? Are you concerned about perhaps an international buyer? That doesn't know the locals, I suppose.
Yes, I suspect it would probably be an international buyer, which would be even worse in that any profits would be not returned to Dunedin residents.
Very good. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of questions on, so you've, in your submission here, and you mentioned it before, we have already had a history of underinvestment in the Aurora network by Dunedin City Holdings for shareholder benefit. This underinvestment would only be made worse if it was sold to commercial. So would you categorise it as underinvestment specifically, or could it be the way it was managed, or is there another way of framing?
Good question. I don't think, for example, the maintenance of the lines they were left in a shocking state, and in the end, Aurora had to go to Commerce Commission to get permission to increase the lines charges above the normal regulated amount set by the Commission. It should never have got to that stage, and my understanding was that it was because Council was expecting a dividend from Dunedin City Holdings.
Thank you. That very neatly segues into my next question, which was the first comment was, we have a continuing history in this country of local and central government selling off core assets to private companies who then run these assets commercially for shareholder profit. So my question is, do you think that a utility such as a lines company should be run as profit-making, as break-even, or as, for want of a much better phrase, propped up to make sure that it's providing everything that's needed?
In a way, it's a merry-go-round. If it's making a profit, then we're having to pay our rates anyway, so I would prefer it being run as a break-even. If Aurora was to be sold and the company failed, the new owner, we would end up having to bail it out anyway, which would be even worse.
And my last question, I think I know the answer to this given the previous answer from you. We heard yesterday that the average lines charge is something like 9 point something cents per kilowatt hour nationally. Dunedin is paying 7 something cents. So if I'm assuming if you're happy to pay your rates, as you have said, you'd be happy to pay, for example, 8 point something cents per kilowatt hour rather than 7?
If it was maintaining the lines as they should be, if I guess my concern is that if I'm paying extra, that it's going away somewhere for profit. If my extra payment is going into maintaining the infrastructure, I don't have a problem with that.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Just going to follow up on the Mayor's question, Mr Henderson. So let's just say we sold it and your rates went down by $500 a month, a year, but your lines charges went up by $50 a month to the new player, and your lines charge has now gone up $600. Would you not be in a cost-neutral position at that point and no longer have control of Aurora? I guess my question really is one of your concerns that, sure, we get a rates rebate, but then again, we've lost control of the provider, and even though they're under the infrastructure, even though they're under the Commerce Commission, they still have the ability to play up and down on that scale, and presumably a for-profit organisation is going to play at the top end.
Correct. I would rather maintain ownership and pay a bit more in my rates.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Henderson, for taking the time to submit. We had it pointed out to us yesterday by Councillor Mayhem, to a submitter, that our decision thus far was just to go out to consult on this proposal, so that was clarified. And we've had some submitters say it's a fait accompli, you've already decided. And then there's the matter of having a preferred option. Now, many moons ago, 16 years plus, I used to be really irritated by the preferred option and think exactly the same. Are you aware that we're required under the Local Government Act to state a preferred option?
No, I'm not.
Does that change how you view what you read?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Basically asked and answered by Councillor Gilbert. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
I did have my hand up earlier. Yeah, and it was more in response from Councillor Malley and the fact that you brought in an example, and I'll bring one in as well, because it goes around the whole question of trust of us that other submitters have raised, and also your concerns. And I'll just and I'll have to read this because it's very recent and the figures are quite stark. You'll be aware that Auckland International Airport shares owned by Auckland City Council were sold off not too long ago, 833 million of them dollars to pay down that, and the arguments to pay down the $833 million in debt. The first few months saw that debt, the first 9 months saw that debt cut by only 235 million, as other borrowing made the total debt creep right back up to where it was, and the net council debt group remains at 12.1 billion. Are you fearful, like many others, that if we sell down Aurora, we'll see ourselves exactly back to potentially where we were in the first place?
Yes, but yes. I do realise, climate-wise, we're going through difficult times, particularly with South Dunedin, etc., where I'm a resident. So yes, money does need to be spent, but yeah, I agree with that. That is a concern.
Very good. We've covered the questions, so thank you very much for your submission and considered answers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And at this point, I'll move that we adjourn for lunch. Seconded Councillor Wiley. All those in favour say aye. Come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Matter for the afternoon at 1 o'clock is R&S Wells. Here we are. So Wells is a meter reading company associated, so very much associated with Aurora. Are you related to those Wells?
No.
That's okay. I thought you might have inside knowledge.
No,
But anyway, you have 5 minutes to submit, and there's a timer on the wall behind me. And as you've just done, you press the button to liven your microphone, which you have done. Fantastic. You can turn it down to be closer to your mouth. It's quite flexible. Thank you. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and hello, councillors. I'm Riley Wells. We, the ratepayers at 6 Upland Street, Dunedin, resoundingly oppose and reject the sale of Aurora, a strategic asset. The DCC has partially caused the financial crisis at Aurora by using monies from Aurora to build the financial disaster at Logan Point. That is, the stadium, a vanity project that enriched some people. DHL, a holding company set up by the DCC, is not an effective business model, has failed to ratepayers and electricity consumers. This includes the Aurora board. Aurora management is dysfunctional. Refer to Richard Healy, a former Aurora manager who blew the whistle in 2018 and 2019, which was reported extensively in the Otago Daily Times at the time. Now, have DCC remove Aurora from the current board, including DHL, and replace with a commissioner, reporting directly and regularly under oath to the DCC. Alternative to a commissioner, DCC form a trust governed by democratically elected peoples from Otago. The South Island of New Zealand has 7 electric supply trusts. The Otago Daily Times, the 11th of May 2024, Mr. Steve Sillyshort, a retired electrical consultant engineer, questions, can the DCC and the DCH and Aurora board be trusted to provide truthful information prior to Aurora sale? We don't believe so. Keep the old boys network away from the Aurora energy. Don't sell Aurora. Just change the way in which Aurora and its assets are managed. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any questions, councillors? Thank you. We have no questions, so thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you very much.
And next we have Patrick Shannon.
Kia ora, I'm Pat Shannon, and I'd like to say I'm very grateful to the council for having this consultation and for sitting many long hours listening to all of us who wanted to say something about it. I've made a 2-page written submission, which I presume is available to you, but reading the paper, I gather you've heard a lot of things over the last couple of days, and I presume, if I can get rid of my crutch, I presume you're don't want to hear them all again. So I was, even though I had a 2-page submission, which I'm willing to answer questions about, I really just want to say 2 things, and both of them are about power and control, not electric power directly. The first is that I think electricity is the biggest, or certainly one of the biggest issues facing Aotearoa New Zealand in the near future. It's a critical issue for just about everything we're dealing with. And particularly, I think, for coastal Otago. So the issue, I think, is does Dunedin want to be part of our future? Or are we going to be a mere bystander who are waiting decisions made for us by other people? I think that is one big issue arising from your suggested sale. The second is, again, the issue of power and control and funding. It seems to me the real issue is not whether or not we should sell assets like Aurora, but the issue of local body and council funding. And clearly this is an issue which goes to our rates and is obviously causing you all a little bit of aggravation, but it also is something that's shared by many, many local bodies throughout the country, and many of them are getting together to start to fight back against central government and the fact that it gives you all the work but very little money. So my suggestion is that we bite back against that, and that we organise not to sell Aurora, but to get onto the central government and get together with other territorial local authorities to force a much fairer and better funding model for local government. I like the quote from Shakespeare, from Julius Caesar: "The fault, dear Brutus, lies not in our stars, nor in the sale of Aurora, but in ourselves, that we are underlings." And I think it's time that we bit back against that. Thank you.
Thank you. And for your information, we are lobbying to have more of the central government taxation returned to us. All right. We have a question from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Shannon. Beware, dear Yorick. Thank you for your substantial written submission, and I just want to go to point 6 of that, because it speaks to parts of what others have said. And you basically you titled it by saying investor interest shows Aurora's value. And so my question is to you, just for confirmation, to make sure I'm reading it correctly. You're suggesting that if there is sufficient, or there seems to be sufficient interest from, say, a private wealth pension stroke equity fund, then we should be cautious, because it's indicating that what we've got is quite a pot of gold.
Yes, Councillor, that's exactly what I do mean. Sorry if I wasn't clear.
Can I just ask you another question as well? And I've asked many people this. It's around the document that you would have read and you submitted on. Just your impression about how balanced you feel this document was in terms of well, just how did you feel this document was balanced for the public?
Well, I guess not totally. I wouldn't go so far as what the previous submitter said, but it certainly seemed to me to be largely arguing for the sale rather than a balanced consideration of the pros and cons, and particularly the great risks involved in the sale of strategic assets, which I think are considerable, and history has shown are considerable.
And sorry, just a final question. And in terms of the balance, would it have given you some satisfaction if there was some indication of this, in this document, of the projected value of Aurora, say, in 5, 10, 20 years?
Oh, I suppose so. I hadn't thought that far ahead, but I guess so. Certainly, I think I quoted the example of Thames Water. It's extraordinary how the shareholders milked that for so long, and then all of a sudden they're not willing to put any more money into it. So, they're putting the sewerage in the Thames, and the taxpayer is going to have to foot the bill. And it seems to me that with issues like electricity and water and everything else, it doesn't matter whether or not private enterprise has it. The can always ends up with local government and with citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your presentation, and it is quite consistent with many other themes, so I can see why you didn't bother, although it probably helps to repeat to some respects. The question I'm asking you is that there's been a commentary about that our debt is actually a significant burden on us and we have to get it under control. And I'm just looking at the 22-23 annual report as interest and expense of total operating revenue, and it's 4.6%, which is slightly higher than it was in 2018. Given that it's only gone up a small amount, and it did go down in the middle, but only gone up a small amount since then, would you consider that we are actually in a debt crisis, or potentially are we responding to something which may not even be there and getting ready to sell Aurora in response to it?
The 4.6% refers to Aurora or the council itself?
The council's debt, up until we joined LGFA, the debts of the CCOs and the councils were separated, and our reporting is basically on our debt with our assets and our incomes.
Yes, well, I guess I feel that many of the moral panics around debt are overstated. I think the government line, successive governments, has been, anything above 30% of GDP is a disaster. Whereas many countries, of course, it's 90, 120%. And I'm of the view that we need to raise it. We need to raise local body debt limits because we've got huge infrastructure needs that are not being met, and we have to meet them. And the interest on debt to a public body by Standard & Poor's, those crowds, is usually, AAA plus. Whereas as soon as you move into the private sector, you're looking at 3 times, 4 times that amount. An illustration, I think, was the recent creative accounting deal between Mayor Brown in Auckland and boy racer Simeon Brown. They came up with this deal that Auckland could get rid of half its debt by shifting it off into a separate entity called Watercare. And Standard & Poor's made the point, and I think a financial journalist, Bernard Hickey, added to it, that instead of now paying about 2 million debt servicing costs per year, they would be paying 12 because of the rating of the new organisation compared to a public guaranteed body. So I do think the debt thing is overstated myself.
Very good. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to tease out number 5 in your submission where you say that government monitoring is ineffective. One of the things that came out in the prospectus document, I guess you could possibly call it, is that the consumer would be protected because of government monitoring through the Electricity Authority, as you mentioned, and the Commerce Commission. Could you tell us a bit more about why you think that the risks won't be controlled by those bodies?
Well, I don't have any detailed knowledge. It's only a sort of common sense view of the fact that they've been very ineffective in dealing with the bank profits and supermarket profits and several other things. That is the Commerce Commission. The Electricity Authority, it also seems to me not to be very effective. I mean, I quoted a figure there of 150% since the privatisation, I think. I'm not sure about that. It was a major user, one of the major user groups quoted it on the news last week. But it just seems to me that while obviously they've got some sort of role, it's very, very slow and very cumbersome and doesn't seem to work. But that's, can't claim to have studied it in great depth.
Very good. I think that covers us for questions, so thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Well, thank you for the privilege.
And next we have Michelle McCann.
I think this is already on.
It is, yes. You can tell by the red lights, so you've got it figured.
One less thing for me to do. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle McCann. I'm now retired but worked for 17 years for the City Council from 71 to 88. Since then, I've seen the ongoing corporatisation of the council to a corporate management hang on, let me start again. Since then, I've seen the ongoing corporatisation of the council from a corporate management structure to its current point where the former City Treasury, Electricity, Forestry, Water and Works departments and the airport have been converted into companies, each with their own management structure and boards answerable to another company, DCHL, some of whose board members are also on the boards of other council companies, the whole lot being supposedly owned by the DCC. So where once there was a single entity overseeing, maintaining and managing the core infrastructure and services, we now have multiple companies, each working in their own silos, outsourcing most of the works and services previously done in-house, and approving nice-to-have projects whilst neglecting the core maintenance of existing and vital infrastructure. Each of these companies produce PR spec annual reports and financial statements in such a way that no one can understand exactly what is going on. A discerning ratepayer could learn with a shock that DCHL and the Council have received approval for an increased borrowing level to 1.6 billion, I think it was. Then suddenly, with no prior warning to ratepayers or the public, we learn with a shock that they're now considering selling Aurora. The one real asset that is capable of increasing in value in the future. The obfuscation of the roles and responsibilities, and especially the finances for all of these companies, have led to each entity and Aurora merely mismanaging and borrowing ad nauseum to fund nice-to-have rather than their key roles in maintaining and improving the city's infrastructure. These same entities, with no accountability to their shareholders, the ratepayers, seem to live in a dream world and think that the ratepayers are, like the majority of their executive members, rolling in money and can afford increasingly huge rate increases for pay for these lovely projects and their resultant debts. Then that is wrong. Then, with their crippling debt burden, all of a sudden, as a quick short-term fix, they want to sell the one decent asset that will only increase in value in the future, but whose current borrowings and the resultant state of it, but it is on the increase, I must admit, was the direct result of their overseeing board's mismanagement. And then you expect everyone to trust these same people that have done all that to wisely invest and manage the proceeds from the proposed sale for the benefit of future generations and to keep rate increases to a minimum. I don't think so. You and your recent predecessors are the ones who have gaily danced and borrowed your way into this mess in the first place, and oft times against the express majority wishes of the ratepayers. We know best has been the justification for so many of these projects. I've read a number of the submissions received, the majority of which are opting for the second option, not to sell. But going by the we know best attitude of past decisions, I have no faith that the majority views will rule. From all the press releases and preferred options released by the Council and DCHL, it appears you've already decided to sell. This calling for submissions is just an exercise to show they've acted democratically before going ahead with the sale. However, I wanted to make my views known publicly, so at least they are recorded and not lost in a documents file somewhere with all the other submissions received. The submission that best summarises my objection to the selling and the reasons why, I haven't got much time to go over that. But just as a quick thing, is that the stated sale goal is to improve the current balance sheet, which was brought about by mismanagement as outlined above. Unless that mismanagement by Council, DCH and Aurora is acknowledged and corrected, the same issues will occur again. Selling is recommended and based on limited advice by those responsible for the mismanagement in the first place. The continual references to approximate future debt of $576 million as scare tactics are stated in isolation without any supporting or other relevant factors being considered. Thank you. Aurora is finally recovering from the appalling mismanagement that led to fines for legal breaches and is even returning a small profit. And in view of the recent warnings about future power cuts nationwide, let alone electricity being the new preferred energy now and into the future, its value can only grow and become a vital asset for the city. No reasonable person makes decisions without full information, and yet why hasn't all the information used to promote the recommendation to sell being provided to the ratepayers as shareholders in Aurora. Non-informed consent is surely the most important reason not to proceed with any sale. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms McCann. And note to self: don't start submissions with tongue twisters. That was very good effort. Yeah. I've got two questions actually. One that's I had, and one's emanated after you've spoken. A number of people who've actually submitted. Some have come along who were in favour and have changed their mind. And you talked a lot about you thought this was a fait accompli. And don't think that is the case, and I don't speak for everyone, but we are very susceptible to what is said from that chair. What would be your message now, as you can look us all in the eye, to councillors around this table regarding what you've pointed out around the overwhelming feedback, which is not to proceed with this sale?
I don't quite get what. I don't quite get what you mean. You mean what?
You've suggested we don't pay attention and listen. You think this is a fait accompli. What do you say to us now in the light of the overwhelming feedback from the public, which says do not sell?
Well, my point would be this, is that you aren't going to make the final decision, DCHL is, aren't they? Because to me it seems the council is absolutely powerless in a lot of all these decisions. You've abrogated your responsibilities, a lot of them, to DCHL.
Just to be clear, we'll be making the decision.
Oh, well, that would reassure me somewhat, but I'm sorry, the way things have happened over the past 10, 15 years, I'd have very little faith in that actually occurring.
So again, I'll ask you a question. Are you asking us now to pay attention to the feedback that is coming from the public?
I definitely am asserting that you pay attention to all the feedback and go with the majority view expressed, because these are people that are, to even come and talk takes a lot of courage in that, but I think people are just fed up at being ignored and they want to be heard.
Thank you. Councillor Witherell.
Thank you, Shelley. I just can't call you Michelle, I'm sorry. Thanks for submitting today. Would you, from your submission, I take it that you would like council to simplify the structure of our council-controlled organisations? Would that be correct?
That would definitely be correct. You've got all these silos operating independently, outsourcing stuff that used to be one. I don't know if there was some ruling by central government that took away all the power of councils, but from what I've seen is that all these different companies operating in a silo with nobody knowing until it's too late what is actually going on. You've got board members on all these ones almost incestuously making the same decisions, getting the same eligible financial statements and that, so nobody even knows, probably half of even city councillors, else you've had a very quick learning experience to be able to decipher them. It needs to be simplified, and it's running. The council was a service or providing services for ratepayers and amenities. Now it's businesses, school companies wanting to make profits or in dividends to pay back. It doesn't work like that.
Now, speaking of simplify, we need some really simple questions and some really simple answers, because we've only got a minute left and several councillors have questions. Do you have another question?
Just a quick question. There's been a lot of talk about low percentages around debt in relation to assets. In regards to bang for your buck from your rates, are you comfortable the city's interest, the interest on the city's debt is sitting at around $1 million a week, which Aurora is contributing to?
No, I'm not. I don't think any sensible person would appreciate that amount of money with the limited ratepayer base you've got to service it, and that's where it all comes down to, I think.
Thank you. Done. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Just to clarify, are you aware that the vote we made was to consult on selling and not agreeing to sell? It was just to clarify, to say to the public, we want to hear what you think before we do anything.
I'd agree that you have decided that, but just from looking at all the releases and that, as I said, it's like the decision's already been made, and whenever I'm out in public, that is the majority view of everyone that I speak to and ask, their opinion of it.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Asked and answered.
Councillor Wiley? No? Councillor O'Malley?
Just to the question that you got asked before about $1 million a week, that's the combination of the council-controlled organisations and the City Council itself. So the City has a $15 million a year obligation against a $331 million income. And I think you pointed that out, that a lot of this is debt, but we don't know what the income is related. So even though Aurora carries debt, it managed $11 million profit last year. So given that it's able to meet its own interest rates and its own debt, do you think Aurora's in trouble?
No, I don't. I think it's now viable. The debt was incurred to fix all the maintenance that was delayed while they were off into property development, etc., instead of their ongoing maintenance, and that is why it's now in that position. But it's the only one that has got any hope in the future of actually increasing its value and being able to have the wherewithal to not only pay off the debt, but also to probably put it back into its own infrastructure.
And I think you've already answered, but I'm going to ask the question, do you think the consultation document was balanced? Was it a balanced view in the consultation document, or was it designed for an out?
I don't think so.
Righto. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, can I just make a comment, please? It's been raised so many times about the consultation document not being balanced. How can it be balanced when we must do, as Councillor Gary said yesterday, we must consult on a preferred option? And it may be confusing for people, those who keep thinking that it's not balanced, but the reality is that's what we have to do through this process.
And also that all councillors did sign off on the document.
We signed off. Actually, I didn't get in the document what I wanted in the document, so why we may have a majority signed off, I can't guarantee that we actually saw a document that we were pleased with. And I'm not talking about the position that the council's taken, which would have been better if it was described as DCHL's preferred position rather than the council's, but I'm actually talking about putting in a figure that gives the indication that Aurora's making no money when it's in fact paying no dividend, and the long-term appreciation value of Aurora into the 30-40 year mark is just simply not in the document. That's what I'm talking about, balance.
Right. Well, I don't recall you talking about the issue of Aurora's profitability at the time of the document.
I don't really. Well, I don't think this is the place to talk about how we got that document designed or how much input we had into the building of that document, but I would say that I was never particularly satisfied with the construction of the document in the first place.
Well, there was a time to raise that.
I did raise it then, Your Worship.
Sorry, can I, this has been raised now.
Yes.
So I'm asking you, Mr Mayor, I feel uncomfortable if I'm not in a position to ask the public fair questions about the central core part of their submission. If people submit on the document, I think it's fair for me to ask them a fair question about their views on it. And if I'm now being gagged from doing that, I think we're in a dangerously undemocratic position.
Well, I don't think you're being gagged about it, but I mean, we've got two people asking the same question of the same submitter in the same, one after the other, and the question's already asked and answered. So, once is sufficient for each submitter. Anyway, moving on to the next submitter, who has quite a bit of knowledge about Aurora. We have Mr. Richard Healy. Sorry.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. This is going to be quite dense, and I'm going to have to race through this. So, but just before I do, I'd like to pick up a couple of points that were mentioned earlier by earlier submitters. One is the profit last year wasn't $11 million. Profit before tax was $16 million, but actually the true profit was closer to $42 million, and I'll explain why. So, Aurora is a massively profitable company. Technology. Despite many failings of the board and the management, it is a massively profitable company. Has it paid dividends to the Dunedin City Council? Not since 2017. Why has Aurora not paid dividends to the council? That's solely a decision made by the boards of Aurora and DCHL, and really has nothing to do with the revenue earned and profitability. Nothing. Sadly, this is a story of the tail wagging the dog, a story of more than 100 years of enterprise and effort being lost to incompetence and ignorance. The bulk of Aurora's revenue comes from line charges. We pay on every unit of electricity that we buy. It doesn't matter who your retailer is or what they write on your bill, you cannot avoid Aurora's line charges, and you cannot reduce them by shopping around. Our bills give us absolutely no idea of who is taking the money out of our pockets. So this is pretty hard to read from there, I guess. This is the quarterly survey that MMB puts out, and rather than get into the weeds about how individuals are impacted by electricity pricing, I thought this was a fair way to do it. It shows that in Dunedin you pay 10.7 cents for every unit of electricity directly in line charges. In Queenstown it's 13.1, and in Central Otago it is a staggering 18.9. In Central Otago, 48% of your bill is line charges, and you will be paying through the nose. So if you're sitting in Clyde, you're paying 76% more in line charges than if you're at the end of a very long rural line on the peninsula, warming your feet with the electricity generated at Clyde. Just think about that for a moment. MB figures are skewed by the elephant in the corner, the thing that the council is not telling you, and this is the thing that really upsets me about this bloody consultation document. It's beyond disingenuous. It is truly beyond disingenuous. So, what do we got? We've got the true figures for Aurora's profitability is the declared profit plus the deferred income. Deferred income is a concept that everyone needs to get their head around when discussing this topic. So Aurora is a complete monopoly. Aurora's revenue is determined entirely by the Commerce Commission. Aurora covers every cent of depreciation, every cent of operating costs, and a margin on top of that for its assets, referred to as the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital. Effectively, it is a government-guaranteed, inflation-adjusted profit in every dollar it spends. It is truly a gold-plated licence to print money. Years of gross mismanagement have left Aurora in a position where it spent far more money than it had indicated it would spend. Never mind, the Commerce Commission stepped in to allow the company to recover from the appalling mess that the Commission had sat back and watched develop. Now, I've heard submitters say that there is some protection in the fact that this is overseen by the Commerce Commission. The Commerce Commission and the Electricity Authority were the two bodies who let this develop. No rules have changed since that time. The Commerce Commission and the Electricity Authority were the people who sat back and watched while Aurora dug itself this hole. Years of gross mismanagement have left Aurora in a position where it spent far more money than it indicated it would spend. Never mind, the Commerce Commission fixed that. The Commerce Commission limited Aurora to a 10% a year price rise for 5 years, except it didn't. Last year's price rise, for instance, was 12%. The Commission knew that if the price charges rose by 70% in a single year, because they will have risen by 70% in 5 years, that would scare the horses. The formula that was used to calculate Aurora's income in any given year did not change. They just don't get to bill it in the years that it was earned. They do get to bill it at the end of the current 5-year period. You will pay it back to Aurora with interest, and it will start showing up on the books in April 2027. As of today, you already owe Aurora $50,827,732 as of today. So the Commission calculated what it thought we would owe Aurora by 2027. They figured that the total would get to $67 million. I think they're light. I think it's going to be closer to 74 and a half. To understand Aurora's true position, you need to add the deferred income to the before-tax profit declared for any given year, which means that in 2022, the true profit was $21,737,760. In 2023, the true profit was $30,687,718. And in 2024, and I need to make some projections to do this, but I think that the true profit this year will be $59,479,000. So when I hear that there's a rush to sell Aurora, what do you think springs into my mind? What do you think I'm thinking is the rush here? Because I'm thinking it's a rush before everyone wakes up to just how profitable Aurora really is. So, there is the list of the operating profits and how they're made up over the years. So that's billed profit, deferred profit, added together for true profit at the bottom. And you can see how those figures are derived. So we can compare that to the Waipori Fund. The Waipori Fund value peaked in 2021. It's never reached that level again. Over the 3 years since 2021, it will have paid out $9 million to Council, paid at the expense of failing to keep the funds of inflation-adjusted value. Aurora, on the other hand, has produced a true profits of over $100 million while dramatically increasing its net worth. Yet the directors have chosen not to pay a dividend. Tail, dog, wag. DCHL and Aurora were to decide to, if DCHL and Aurora were to decide to pay dividends right now, they would not be borrowing to do so. They would be paying dividends from their very large profits. The borrowing to add to their assets. Pay a dividend from borrowing and nothing to sell to repay the loan. Pay a dividend out of profits while borrowing to expand your asset base, and you have those new assets available for sale to repay the borrowed money. The Council does not invest in Aurora. It is simply the vehicle that Aurora uses to raise funds from capital markets. The markets understand full well that Aurora is a government-guaranteed, inflation-proof machine for printing money. Don't believe me? We'll have a look at that. There is the formula that is used to calculate Aurora's income. Now, if you whip through that, you'll find that they are completely compensated for all depreciation. They are completely compensated for all operating costs, and they make a fixed rate of return on their asset value. Literally, they make a return on the money they spend, whether or not that spend is effective, economic, wise, doesn't matter. All they've got to do is spend money, and they make a return on it. The building blocks are the process used by the Commerce Commission to determine Aurora's income. As you can see up there, I can't emphasise enough, Aurora is an enormously profitable, inflation-proof, this is indexed for inflation, which is why the price increases last year were 12%, not 10%, with an extraordinary business model that guarantees it's rewarded for every cent of spend. Aurora's asset value has grown, so someone mentioned the Aurora into the future, so let's have a look at that. There's Aurora, how Aurora's asset value has grown since 2019. You'll notice that the trend is somewhat upwards. So Aurora's asset value has grown by $224,965,000 in the 4 years from 2019 to 2023. $224,965,000. Long-term borrowing has only increased from $301,350,000 to $494,635,000, a change of $193,285,000. So the asset value has grown by $31 million more than the borrowing, and that's after it has paid all interest and returned that massive profit, which we haven't seen, but that is a decision for DCHL and the board of Aurora. Aurora's average weighted cost of interest in 2023 was 3.79%. Their cost from interest amounted to $17.649 million, a sum that they can easily pay and still return a true profit of $20 million in that year. Aurora have an immense ability to pay the interest that's on the loans that they have outstanding, and they're an absolute machine designed to print money.
Great. Thank you. And so a couple of quick questions. Firstly, will you supply us a copy of your PowerPoint?
Sure.
Thank you. And the second question, the deferred income, you talked about, you, pointing to us, the Aurora, the amount of deferred income you referred to. That income looks to be accumulating, I guess, for the 5-year period you mentioned. What will happen at the end of that 5-year period? So how will that income be?
Yep, sure. So the Commerce Commission predicts that the rate at the current rate is called a wash-up. This is not new. It's not peculiar to Aurora. This is part of the system. Effectively, the Commission calculates how much money a company can make, and then it looks at what it did make, and the difference is the wash-up, and that may be positive or negative. But in this case, I've calculated that we will owe Aurora $67 million. Now,
Who's we?
That's the consumers of the wider region. So they calculated that that would be somewhere between a 3 and 6% a year price increase for another 5 years, without any increase in pricing due to Aurora's future spend.
Right, so that would be in addition to the normal price rises.
Correct.
But it won't be able to be levied till after that, but it will be spread out over time thereafter.
Yeah, so generally speaking, it's recovered in the next financial period, so that would be April 2026 on till 30/31.
Right, and so that deferred income, that might be 60 or 70 million, if the Aurora was sold, that would accrue to the new purchaser. And they would then
unless that was a specific clause in the sale of asset agreement, yeah, that would accrue to the new purchaser.
But in the meantime, if we kept it, similarly, we could raise the prices by that amount. So.
Yeah, so you've raised an interesting point there, and it's an important one. That is, a new owner will have a very different view of how charges should be levied. And that comes about because the people of Central Otago truly do have the most expensive electricity in New Zealand. Now, that doesn't show up in the MB figures because they haven't added the additional charge which is represented by the deferred income. But if you add the deferred income to the line charges in Central Otago, they are the most expensive charges in New Zealand. A new owner walks in and the lemon has been squeezed fairly hard. It's pretty dry. So there's not a lot of margin to increase prices in Central Otago because they're at the top of the rank now. But Dunedin's not at the top of the rank. Dunedin's got plenty of room to increase prices. So for people in Dunedin who are looking at the people in Central Otago and thinking, thank God, there, but for the grace of God go I, sell it. We'll see what happens next.
Right, so thank you for that. We have quite a list of people who want to ask questions. Please try and, although my question did end up taking a considerable explanation, I think it was valuable to the numbers discussion. Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you very much. Your submission suggests that Aurora is somewhat of a cash cow. How do you suggest council can get a dividend from Aurora without Aurora doing so from borrowings?
Really good question. Right. Okay, so
microphone.
So Aurora would not be paying dividends out of borrowing. It would be paying the dividends out of profit. It would be borrowing to increase the asset base. That's the difference. If I borrow to pay dividends, then when that loan falls due, I have no asset backing to repay that loan. If I pay dividends out of profit, and then I borrow to build the asset, I've got that asset to sell if I want to pay the loan. That's the difference.
And everything's got a price. Going by your figures, you haven't mentioned what do you think Aurora's really worth?
Yeah, and I won't be mentioning that for a start off.
Microphone? Because the viewers at home need a microphone for you.
Yeah, so I won't be mentioning that because for a start off, people pay me for that advice. But it's an extremely complex question, extremely complex, and we can't cover that in any depth here. We just can't.
Okay, moving along, Councillor Wiley. Councillor Gilbert.
One was asked and answered, but I've got another one. You're talking about I think you call it the wash-up.
Yeah.
And you also said that the rates paid down here, whilst it doesn't show on the MBIE figures, are the highest in the country.
Only for Central Otago.
Only for Central.
Dunedin's very, very middle of the road.
Right. So I thought I saw a couple on the screen, on that list that you gave that were higher than the central. So does that mean that the wash-up then isn't at the same kind of rate in those places?
No, the wash-up.
Don't forget your microphone, please.
The wash-up may not exist in those places. So if those companies have targeted their rates correctly, there is no wash-up. It'll be absolutely revenue neutral at the end of the year. But because there is the imposed price rise cap that Aurora suffers under, the wash-up is massive. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Healy. It was really useful. I'm going to quote the words you used, and sorry if they're not exact. I'm an investor myself, actually, and you said government-backed, inflation-proof, gold-plated license to print money. The question simply is, why wouldn't investors be tripping over each other to rip the golden goose out of our hands?
My guess is investors will be tripping over each other to rip the golden goose out of your hands. So there's some recent history in this area, recent-ish on this, and that would be when Marlborough Lines and PowerNet had joined ownership of OtagoNet, which surrounds us. So OtagoNet surrounds us in general. And when they fell out of love, they had a checkbooks at 20 paces clause in their contract, and PowerNet bought that company, and within a year, ComCom had mandated that they reduce the value, write it off as a $46 million loss. People will pay extremely large sums because, especially if they're in the industry, they understand this is a gilt-edged license to print money.
Councillor Barker?
Thank you. My question's just around the increase in debt, and I note that on average for the last 4 years, the debt to Aurora has gone up $45 million. I'd averaged out the last 4 years. And we're being told that people are concerned because we've been told that we're going to need approximately $100 million each year to borrow to fund the growth. Does that figure sound accurate?
That figure sounds as delusional as many of the projections that you'll see in the electricity industry. So the industry is in a state of flux. No one really knows where it is going forward. Are you going to have solar on your roof next year? Who knows? But if Aurora keeps putting up charges in Central Otago, then if you live in Central Otago, you probably will. So the problem with this scenario is you need to understand that the building blocks are designed so that no matter what eventuality comes along, you are able to recover the investment on that, whatever it is you're spending on, instantly. That is the way the building blocks are created. Whatever you spend, whatever you borrow, you instantly make a return on.
So you were talking about how much the assets had increased over the last X number of years compared to the amount that we borrowed, and there was a multiplier in that. But you need the.
So the asset value has increased by 30 million more than the debt. But on top of that, the really tricky thing is getting your head around the deferred income, because that just skews the entire picture. It's so I think it was Councillor O'Malley who quoted the $11 million. So that's the after-tax profit figure. That's a tiny fraction of the true profit, because that deferred income is absolutely profit. All operating expenses have already been covered.
So my next question is just when we've had a statement of intent recently which said that the profit for 24 is going to be 22 million, 25 is going to be 31 million, and 2026 41 million. Do you think those figures are solid, or do you think that there's deferred income also, I'll say hidden, somewhere in figures that we can't easily see?
Yeah, the deferred income absolutely is in there. It's hidden and in plain sight. If you look at the annual report, you'll find mention of the deferred income in there. I've referred various reporters, press people to that. They can't find it. That's how hidden and plain sight it is. Truly, this is a riddle wrapped in an enigma. The whole thing is so obfuscated and so opaque. Unless you are an industry insider, understanding this is really a mission. Really a mission.
Okay. Last question, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. Healy, some submitters have come to us and said if you're going to sell anything, maybe sell off the central part of the networking, retain the Dunedin. What would you say to that?
I would say that the company as a whole is a licence to print money. So yeah, I would have some sympathy with them because some of the assets in Central Otago are definitely subpar and will require, Wanaka particularly, will require large levels of investment. But once again, you have to understand that the building blocks guarantee that whatever you spend, you will recover plus a margin. So.
Right. Thank you very much for your presentation.
No worries.
Right. And next we have Sandra Cameron.
I'm a ratepayer and resident of both Queenstown Lake District and Dunedin City. I oppose the sale of Aurora Energy. It's critical infrastructure in Otago, and any sale is likely to involve asset stripping, as happened with Air New Zealand and Kiwi Rail, or reduced maintenance in order to extract maximum profits. There will be no guarantee of a purchaser making necessary investment in maintenance and reliability of the network. It holds a monopoly of supply. This is a rare position to be in, as we've just heard, and have a guaranteed return. Any investment fund would be delighted to be investing in such a business, and it is a position that should be maintained. Sale will result in increased electricity charges to consumers and the DCC, as the purchaser would need to recoup the cost of their investment. If, as predicted, interest in purchasing Aurora would be high, surely that shows that it is a desirable asset to hold. It also has untapped potential with growth in Central Otago. May not be able to put the line charges up much, but the number of property growth in Central Otago is massive. Sale will lead to a loss of local control and therefore accountability for its performance. I think that's a very important point. Paying off Aurora's debt now might risk a future left-leaning council from borrowing funds for vanity projects. There's no guarantee that paying off debt now will keep us debt-free in future. It just leaves it open for the next council to borrow more. The fiscal mistakes of previous councillors requesting Aurora to pay dividends, incidentally, something that no private company would do, because I haven't found a bank yet that would allow me to do that. We should put that behind us and move on to putting Aurora in a sound financial position for the benefit of future citizens of Dunedin. There should be no obligation for Aurora to pay dividends until all maintenance work is brought up to speed and debt is at a satisfactory level. The long-term benefits of keeping Aurora have not been considered. If sold, it can never be replaced. Once sold, it will be gone forever. The proposal document is flawed in that it is not a fair appraisal of its value and future value to the city, and it's obviously biased towards a sale. Important financial information for decision-making was redacted in the document. There's no public mandate for the sale, as it was not tested in the local body election. When Aurora's maintenance issues are resolved and its debt is reduced, it will be able to pay dividends from profit, which can then be used to reduce rates in the longer term. Instead, Council should be focusing on prudent debt management of Aurora and making it the most reliable supplier of electricity distribution and the best run company by fully capable people with expertise in the area. One way of the DCC reducing debt would be to sell all its commercial property assets in which it has conflicting interests with commercial ratepayers, and concentrate its interest on public facilities such as pools and recreation facilities, necessities which are not met by the private sector. I would also suggest an audit of the work actually done by DCC employees, which might result in a surprising reduction in wage expense. And I have evidence of excess expense just at the Mosgiel pool. That is my submission. Thank you.
Very good. We have questions. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in and making the time. We've You've heard about the concept of potentially selling, as Councillor Wiley previously asked, about the option of keeping local and selling central. Given that you have a foot in both camps, almost quite literally, what are your thoughts on that?
I'm against selling any of it. Why would you sell any of it? You'll never get it back. It's got a future guaranteed income. It may not be in a great position at the moment, but that's mainly due to poor decision making in the past. Let's put that behind us and get on with doing the job properly.
And can you also clarify for me, you said about something along the lines of being prepared for it not to pay dividends until all the maintenance is done, words to that effect. Do you believe that we should be going down, it should be looked at that it needs to, is required to pay a dividend, a break even, or not?
I think it should be required to pay a dividend once, which only comes out of profits, and only once its maintenance is fully up to date and its debt is in the right position. Why should it pay out profits? Why should it pay out profits as dividends when those profits should be reinvested in the maintenance of the assets?
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. As a former journalist, I can't leave that question hanging. What is the excess spending at Mosgiel Pool that you're concerned about?
I can tell you, I've been told there's 4 levels of management over and above the manager. There are 3 people on the counter at reception, which normally must only require 1. Surely when that person has a break, somebody, a supervisor who doesn't actually work as a pool crew, as they're now called, it could relieve for 10 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever while they have their breaks. And then I understand that there's also a person employed just for doing bookings. Why aren't the reception staff doing the bookings? They're not that busy. I go every day and I go at different times of the day to see how busy it is. I have never seen a queue of people waiting out the door yet.
Do you enjoy the pool?
Cut back the staff.
Councillor, we were using valuable question time on Mosgiel Pool rather than the Aurora submissions. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. In your submission, you talk about that if Aurora was sold, that you think the fund should be put into a trust and use that money as for scholarships or for using sporting cultural organisations. Would you like to just expand on that, because you didn't in your...
Yeah, I'd just like to say that a couple of years ago I was in Iceland. They had a huge problem with louts, call them that, on the streets, doing nothing. So what they did was they gave every child, I don't know to what age, maybe up to 18, something like the equivalent of $1,000 a year each in the form of a coupon that had to be spent on a sporting or cultural activity. That country now has a town, they call it a city, the size of Mosgiel, that has its own orchestra. You might remember how well Iceland did in the Soccer World Cup. They have sporting facilities in every small town. They have pools in every small town. And the louts have disappeared because the kids have now got something to do. And I think that's a very interesting concept that we should be looking at here in New Zealand.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Iceland also spent billions curing its youth drinking problem as well, which is interesting for people to research. Leading on from the Deputy Mayor's question, prior to the bit in your submission around the cultural and sporting club stuff, you mentioned, and I'll read what you said, however, if it is decided to sell Aurora as a result of strong public opinion in favour of that course of action, are you aware that certainly the people who've sat where you are, and my ticky counter here, it's 11-1 against selling. What's your message to us in the context of the feedback we're getting?
If it's 11-1 against selling, then surely you wouldn't go against public opinion. People who have bothered to put, even those who have put submissions in anonymously, some of which have been very good, but they don't want to put their names to them. If it's that much against selling, you should be listening to the ratepayers.
Thank you. And finally, you yourself mentioned this document. Can you just speak a bit to how you feel it's unbalanced, please?
I think it's quite clear that it's consultants have biased the document in favour of selling, and I don't think it's a fair appraisal at all.
Thank you.
And thank you for your submission. And next we have Nick Lofton.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to submit. Nick Luffin's my name. I live in Central Otago. I've lived up there for 50 odd years. I'd spent some early years in Dunedin in the student area where I met my wife. I won't go too much into what happened in those times, but I do remember the mayor at the time, Jim Barnes, and one of the big controversies I think at the time was whether pedestrians in George Street should be crossing diagonally or otherwise. So I think you guys have actually got it pretty soft, really. My submission is probably not very well researched. I haven't read the document, the consultation document. But I did want to offer a perspective from a Central Otago point of view. I know that when the lines network had to be sold, albeit in the view that we were given a choice up there as to keeping our generation or retail and or selling the lines network. The choice of keeping the lines network for some inherent value further down the track wasn't really understood well. And when Dunedin came across with over $100 million to buy the network, the general opinion up there was hell's bells. However, has that figure been valued? That asset being valued at such a high price. Lines networks, to my thinking, and probably historically, have only been there to deliver energy. They shouldn't be there to make money from delivering that energy. They're an essential public good asset. And when I think about how the Electricity Reform Act of 1998 has got us into this absolute shambles, I can only say it was a piece of legislation poorly designed that was looking for a problem to solve that wasn't there in the first place. As far as selling Aurora at this stage, my only advice would be that from a Central Otago perspective, once you have a geographic shift in the ownership of a strategic asset, you lose control. You lose the ability to call the shots. And that's what we had up there. Perhaps an example might be a good point. In the late 1980s, Alexandra had all its ice skating out at the Lower Mannaboon Dam, hugely popular. The place is bloody cold in winter. What else can you do but go out and enjoy it on the ice? Lower Mannaboon Dam was 10 kilometres out of town. The opportunity came up to build an ice skating rink in Alexandra. And being a small community that it is, word got around, people started putting up their hands, and very quickly the concept became a concrete Olympic-size ice rink outdoors, the largest in the Southern Hemisphere, and it was to be powered by, the refrigeration was to be powered by the couple of large compressors that had been used in the construction of the Clyde Dam, where continuous pouring of concrete required a cool temperature over summer. So these big compressors were surplus to requirements. The Alexandria community picked them up pretty quickly and were in business. It was a wonderful asset. Lines charges, when the local network was operating for that, for those compressors, 48 cents a day, $150 a year. That's what we paid in lines charges. Aurora bought the network, and very quickly we realised that that Alexandria ice skating rink was in serious problems. First of all, Aurora introduced a KVA per kilometre charge, a congestion charge, and a capacity charge. And very quickly that 48 cents a day became almost $100 a day. Now, $100 a day mightn't sound too bad, but the club was only operating for 3 months of the year. That $100 a day had to be paid every day of the year. And very quickly the reserves of the clubs that built the rink were being exhausted. That money was getting sucked down the lines to Dunedin. I joined the Alexandria Ice Skating Rink Committee in an attempt to try and sort out some sort of solution. There was absolutely no regulation at this time. I approached Commerce Commission. They didn't want to know. Where could we go? I thought our energy trust power at the time might help us. They very kindly consented to not mark up the lines charges and tried to approach Aurora about it. No luck. I next went to our mayor, who approached the Dunedin mayor. Dunedin mayor at the time didn't want to know. Where could we go? Very quickly the doors of the rink would be shut and we'd lose that asset. I went to our MP and she was very, very sympathetic. She said, leave it with me, I'll see what I can do. She got back to me a couple of weeks later and said, Aurora are willing to talk about some deal. I said to her, what did you say? How did you manage that? We haven't been able to do anything for a couple of years with them. She said she went and saw the chairman of directors and she told him to not be such a miserable sod. So that's the climate that we've been living in up there as far as Aurora has gone. They did come forward with some respite for a couple of years on those charges, and the rink has been able to repower the refrigeration plant and put in a heat exchange transfer with the adjacent pool. So we've survived. I think you needed to know that.
Now, we have 5 minutes to speak, so you're well over.
I'm sorry.
So could you summarise with one sentence, please, at this point?
Where we go from now?
One sentence.
I guess you people need to reevaluate, and it's a shift in thinking about what a lines network is all about. It shouldn't be there to create a revenue stream. It should be serving your ratepayers. Electricity is an essential component of our lives. We heat our homes, we cook our food, we run our industries with it. But once you start charging for the reticulation of it, you start to get into a mess. And if you want evidence of a region in New Zealand that hasn't got the mess that we've found ourselves in, just look over the Waitaki network. Commerce Commission basically leaves them alone. The power trust that runs that network are answerable to their consumers. The directors of it are elected by the consumers, and any profit they make in the year that is surplus requirements is paid as a dividend, a rebate to the consumers. That's what we should be aiming at. It's a difficult, very difficult position that we're now in, but I'm sure that with a bit of foresight and a shift in thinking about what a Alliance network is, then these things are possible.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Right, thank you. We have no questions, but thank you very much for your submissions, but we do have a question from Councillor Wetherall.
Thank you very much. I was half asleep there. In regards to Aurora being a law unto themselves, I'd have to totally agree with you on that front. But your suggestion that Aurora could possibly reduce its line charges, would that not affect the big hole of debt that they're already in now and send them back further?
You just press the button to restart your microphone for the viewers online.
Yep. Sorry, but listening to a previous submitter, I think we need to relook at the way that the levels of debt with Aurora are actually portrayed in the accounts that they put out. They are in an extremely privileged position. And even in as much as there's no such thing as a bad debtor for Aurora, the energy retailers have to wear all that stuff. If somebody can't pay their bill, Aurora doesn't need to know. It's the retailer that shuts those people out of their supply. No, Aurora are very privileged, and they do need to be reined in. Commerce Commission are making an attempt on it, but I don't think Commerce Commission have got a full handle on the problem from the perspective of the ratepayer consumer.
Great. Thank you, and thank you for your submission. All right, now, sorry? No, I presume not. So, as you can see from your timetable, that is the end of this afternoon session, and our next submitter is at 5 p.m. So, we have some time. So, I move that we adjourn until 5 p.m. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? We're away. Thank you. And we have our first submitter here, Madam Theresa Day. Nell. Nell. Sorry. Get a look closely.
Hello, my name's Theresa Nell, and I was a city councillor here in '92, and my maiden name is Stevenson. And a bit nerve-wracking being back. Okay, I remember in '98, and some of the rest of you might remember it as well, the government came to council and said you can't keep the power line and the power company, okay? And that was quite really pissed us off, to be honest. And so we decided to keep the lines company because we thought that was more critical, okay? And we promised to keep it. We had to sell the power company. That went into the Waipori Fund, okay? So that's my first point, is that promise. Okay, now, Waipori Fund and how that works. Now, if you do an Aurora Fund, it's likely to work in a similar way, okay? So we sold the power station and we invested 56 million. 25 years later, it became 100 million, okay? So it grew by 44 million, but it took a whole 25 years to get there, okay? So no miracles, no magic potions. Now, the performance of that fund was below inflation for a long time. Okay, it didn't perform so great. Then Yahoo, 2021, it produced 3.4 million, woohoo, yeah? And that helped out with rates. Now, rates at the time, total rates bill was 163 million. So that represents 2%, okay? After that, Waipori Fund, 3.3 every year, okay? But the rates bill does this. You know that. And so that percentage went from 2%, 1.8, 1.7, 1.6, 1.4, 1.3. Okay, this is what happens until it's almost pin money. Okay, so, and we invest it. We invest it in a mixed fund, and you know that we have rules about how money is invested. So much it has to be overseas, so much of it is Australia, so much of it is New Zealand. That New Zealand money doesn't get invested here at home. It gets invested in Auckland on the whole. Okay, so you're investing your money overseas. Okay, so that's that. Okay, now we've got, I think, 29 lines companies, I might have that wrong, throughout New Zealand. About 2 or 3 of them are private. I tried to find out who owned them. Tricky. I found Powerco is owned by a couple of Australian investment funds. They've been trying to flick off 33% of it for some time to an international buyer. The other one, Eastland Network, is actually owned by Mitsubishi UFJ Finance Group. Does anyone know which country that comes from? Okay.
Probably Japan. Yep.
Well, that's great. I'm glad, because their money is going over there. That's where their profits are going. The same as if you sell this, it will be owned by a foreign company. Your investment, your profits will go off. Sure. Okay, so I can understand why you want to sell it. Okay, because we bought Central Otago. We Dunedin Power Lines bought Central Otago. We did that in 2000. Okay, it was awesome. We actually didn't realise how much debt. We did do due diligence, but it actually had to be fixed up a lot more than we thought, so we had to borrow a lot to get it all sort of spruced up so it was safe. Now, you can sell it, okay? You can sell all that big, valuable asset, get all that clear the debt, get all that lovely lolly, and bring it home to Dunedin. Okay, nice greedy way to, but you bring all the money back home, okay? And you invest it, okay? I just explained what happened with Waipori Fund. Doesn't take very long before it ends up being PIN money. Okay? So, now I know that you also worry about things like earthquakes. Okay? Now, whether we own it or whether it's privately owned, it has to be fixed. Okay? Now, if the council owns it and we went to our lovely benevolent government and said, look, can you help us? They might say yes. But if a private company owns it, do you think the government would help them? Probably not. Okay? So now we've got this great fear of debt. Okay, now corporate debt is not the same as the private debt that I get into. Okay? Because in a company, your profits and your debt offset each other. Okay, so it's not the same. We also have a Standard & Poor's rating, AA. Yeah, I think it was it was a little better than that at some stage, but still pretty good. So they're not paying the same as I'm paying for my mortgage. Okay, it's a lot cheaper. Okay, now the other thing is that Aurora have a 5-year CPP. Okay. Now that is to sort of go, let's make sure we fix all the things that need to be fixed, get that debt down to sort of something that's sort of fairly manageable. Okay, they're 2 years into it, 3 years to go. Okay, so it's looking like it could get better. Jolly good. Okay, now I've talked to a couple of other lines, companies, directors. Now debt is normal in lines companies. Okay, this is not unusual. Okay, the DCC owns Lines Company. I know this next part's really important, so please bear with. There's got the Lines Company, we've got Delta, we've got the Forest, we've got the airport, we've got a lovely stadium, yeah, and we've got a lovely railway, okay? Now, we use all those together, okay? Now, remember, Delta and Aurora are interconnected, okay? Delta has 600 staff. They predominantly work for Aurora. You get rid of Aurora, you will have 600 people in Otago that'll be more vulnerable. Think about that. The two companies are interrelated. Now, all these different companies, they offset their debt against profits. They grow, and you've seen Aurora grow, like Topsy. They pay dividends. Those are taxed, and they help each other out. Okay, so you've got a stadium, you help it out. That's how you paid for it. You've got a wee railway, you help it out. You've got a forest, you help it out. Sometimes you help out Aurora. They get what's called subvention payments. That's when you give money to each other, okay? Now that's what you call tax efficient, okay? So you've got to be a clever Scottish city. Please be a clever Scottish city. Keep playing your companies. Set up a new company. You set up a company in South Dunedin, fixing up some soggy, boggy houses down there. Go to these people, instead of buying them out, which will cost you a fortune in rates, help them out. Say, we've got a company, we've got some young people, we will build houses there. You know? And then one can be flicked off and one can be returned to the person. Okay, you have solved the housing problem and you've set up a company to do it. It's not costing rates, it's cost neutral. These are the clever things your companies can do. Look, we're in a difficult situation with finances, climate change, economic crises throughout the world. We're a Scottish city. You have to have the companies and you have to be able to juggle to create jobs, to create what you need in the way of infrastructure. And I'm saying, you know, and there was an Aurora. Hello. Is that not telling you something?
Very good, thank you. Now, you happy to take some questions?
Yeah.
Are there any questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Rez. I actually wanted to get back to your original point about the value of the Waipori Fund. And Matawai Energy owns Waipori Dam now, has a total asset value of their whole system of 2.1 billion, of which Waipori makes up 9.7% of its electricity generation capacity. If you take that 2.1, multiply it by 9.7%, you end up with 203 million, which is quite a bit more than the Waipori Fund, is it not? And I think that's one of the things that is missing from the our perspective of this is that the appreciation value of these energy companies usually beats inflation.
Thank you. Alliance Company is a really good, safe investment. It's not a dying industry. It's not a sunset industry. It's actually the opposite. Petrol cars, not so good place to invest. But in electricity, with everyone buying electric cars, hey, you've got to have rocks in your head to sell that one.
Right, thank you. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you for your submission. You mentioned profits going offshore. Would you, in regards to profits going offshore, would you agree that profits are going down the toilet due to the level of debt that Aurora holds?
Okay, maybe, a company has debt, but it offsets it against the profit, so on the books you don't have to pay tax, but you can buy more assets and expand your company, There's different things that companies do, so you can grow the pie quite considerably, though you may not be paying dividends. You can make subvention payments and help out other partners, and that's what companies do. Talk to Donald Trump, he'll explain it to you.
Thank you very much. I also talk to my accountant and I hang on every word. I've got a very good one. But would you like to get into a position of profit to help give the city an income, or would you like Aurora to be merely a utility where profit is a dirty word?
You think profit's a dirty word? Oh, right, okay. Like if it pays dividends and helps out, that's great. Those dividends will be taxed. Just like when you sell it, it will be heavily taxed. Then every time that you get a payment from the fund, that is taxed. Now what happens though, it can be making a profit, paying dividends, which are taxed, but there's other ways it can be helping out with the mix that enables the city to do more. And as I showed you with Waipori Fund, what it ends up paying actually ends up being pin money if you keep buying and doing more, There's other ways you can save money other than giving away the goose that laid the golden egg. Do you see what I mean?
Great.
You don't? Are you in a hearing? You're hearing other people's views.
Absolutely. That's why I've dragged myself away here tonight, and I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
Councillor Vandevers.
Do you realise that the council companies have a combined value of $1.83 billion and that this council hasn't had a dividend out of the companies since 2015? For 7 years we've had no dividend on a public investment of $1.83 billion. How do you think that is justifiable?
Like I said before, the companies work in strange and mysterious ways. When I was on the council, I didn't really understand, and I probably still don't, But we still own a massive asset, which means we can do other things. And I had another point, but it's sort of...
You're right about the massive asset, but unfortunately that massive asset has been bought, especially in the last few years, with a massive increase in debt, to the extent that we now have a combined $1 billion debt that is costing us $1 million a week in interest. We are looking at paying 5%, which is cheaper than most people. You mentioned that already. But if we're paying 5% in interest on that $1 billion, and we can take a chunk of that and put it into a fund that realises, for instance, 7.3%, as New Plymouth Fund has done since 2014, even through COVID and through very low inflation. If we're able to have a 7.3% average return when our debt is 5%, costing us 5%, would you not agree that it would be a good thing to put some of what's currently not giving us any return at all and get 7.3% out of it?
I can see where you're coming from, Lee, and I can definitely feel where your thoughts are on this. Okay, you've got to remember, why did we get into debt? Can you remember when we bought the stadium and the pressure we put under the holding company to give us dividends? Do you remember that, Lee?
I remember a lot of misrepresentation about stadium funding, and a lot of that has become folklore.
Just to finish the question, I mean, we put...
I think at this stage, sorry, Ms. Nell, I think at this stage we're getting well off the Aurora thing and into a general debate. And the purpose of the exercise is just to ask questions of you. And I think we've probably covered off most of the questions that we have. So I think we'll just leave it there, thank you. And we are also out of time. But
only just to answer that question, though, which was a big question.
But it's,
the profit,
the
profit, if it goes into Waipori Fund, I just showed you your rates go up, the amount of money gets less and less and less and less. So, Lee, you're saying, isn't it better to put it into a cash fund? I've seen cash funds. It ends up being pin money at the end of the day. It gets less and less. If you want to save rates, don't buy weird shit.
Right, look, enough already. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, next we have Susan Kabala. You there? Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here to say a firm no to the proposal of selling Aurora Energy. First and foremost, the current council does not hold a mandate to make such a significant decision. The sale of a major public asset like Aurora Energy should not be rushed nor taken lightly. It is imperative that this decision be deferred to the next local body election, providing an opportunity for all stakeholders, especially the ratepayers of Dunedin, to have their say. This asset belongs to the community, and thus it is the community that should have the ultimate say on this. Aurora Energy is not merely a company on a balance sheet, it is a strategic asset. Selling such an asset can have irreversible consequences. While some may view the sale as a quick fix to our current financial predicaments, it's short-sighted and it neglects long-term implications. Selling Aurora Energy would strip future generations of a critical asset that supports the economic well-being of our communities. Moreover, the financial aspects of this proposed sale are deeply concerning. Even the layout of the submission forms shows bias towards the choice of selling. While selling Aurora might provide a temporary influx of cash, what happens once the debts are paid? This is not a sustainable financial strategy. The remaining funds, though invested, will become a tempting pot for future councils to dip into for ongoing costs. The current council should be controlling its spending, as most householders are attempting to do at the moment. Let us consider the broader implications of privatisation. Handing over public assets to private hands often leads to prioritising profit over public good. This shift could lead to higher costs and reduce service quality to the very residents this asset was meant to serve. In conclusion, I urge the Council and my fellow citizens to consider the long-term implications of selling Aurora Energy. We must not make irreversible decisions for temporary relief. Let us say no to selling Aurora Energy. Let us retain control of our city's spending and ensure a stable, prosperous future for all Dunedin residents.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Vandervis.
Your comment that you felt that the information brochure was biased, can you point to what you thought was unbalanced in the way it was presented?
sorry, the preferred option was listed, of the council, was listed first, which gave it a bias in favour of people to think, oh, well, the council, they're the ones that know everything, that's what we should do. That was the main thing I noticed.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Ms Kubala, for coming in and giving us your views. Are you aware that we are required under the Local Government Act to state a preferred option?
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Would you be surprised to find out that I tried to get the term strategic asset put into the consultation document and couldn't get it in?
Yes.
Thank you. That covers our questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming along.
Thank you.
And next we have Charlie Hall. Not here. And then we have Grant McKenzie. Now, I, unfortunately, will need to scoot out because I need to call someone urgently. Someone from the ODT, I believe. So, so I just have to exchange chairs for a minute, and I'll be back very soon, I expect.
Thank you, Mr Mackenzie. You've got 5 minutes to present your submission and then 5 minutes for questions. There's a timer on the screen behind me. So
Thank
the
you.
floor is yours.
Is that on?
That's on. When the red light's on, it's on. And we'll
right. Welcome, everyone. I should be saying the other way around, shouldn't I? Always hate this. Always get nervous right at the start. Once I get going, I'm fine, hopefully. All right. Introduce myself was what the first point I put on my piece of paper. I'm Grant McKenzie. I'm here as a citizen of Dunedin. Lived here most of my life. Way too much of my life, to be honest. And love the place. Coming back from Auckland yesterday, I was very glad to get out of that. Anyway, all right. Firstly, I'd like to thank you, the councillors, for making the time to have read my proposal or submission. Well, hopefully you read it. And also listened to my comments today. I must say that I was very reluctant to put a submission in, but given the significance of this transaction, I've done so hopefully for the benefit of future generations of Dunedin citizens. I'll take my submission as read, and in addition will make the following additional points before taking any questions you may have. In my submission, I've tried to concentrate on the financial reasons and impact on council if it decides to sell Aurora. Today I want to talk about other issues. There are other benefits of owning a company for the city. So, first of all, we would retain a head office in the city. In my lifetime, we've lost way too many head offices. The Ravensdowns, the Fulton Hogans, the Reed Farmers, and the list goes on. If this asset is sold, I can just about guarantee that head office will go as well. You'll lose the CEOs, the CFOs, the CIOs, the engineers, the asset managers out of this city. And those roles will not come back. Secondly, Aurora, for all its good things and bad things, is a supporter of the local community. It continues to give back to the community. It sponsors the Otago Science and Technology Fair. It hosts the Business After 5 events with Business South and the Queenstown Chamber. It is part of our community. Thirdly, and I know Lee's going to like this one, being the owner, you have control over what they should be focusing on. Whether it's the reliability of the network or sustainability, the owners have a vital say in what they can do via your letter of expectation process. Who would Councillor Vandervis complain about if the city did not own Aurora? And then finally, on the ownership side, or the local side, they use local suppliers and contractors. That wouldn't be necessarily guaranteed with a third-party buyer. Who benefits from diversified portfolio? That's a wonderful question to ask. And if you look around the world, you'll see many entities do, and they're all outside of this city, generally. They'll be in the fund managers and asset consultants will be based in Singapore or Sydney, or even further afield. So personally, I think there's a real advantage in continuing to own Aurora. What I also tried to think about, though, is what options does council have? Because obviously, like all of us, you've got a few issues to face. So, first of all, what I'd be doing is I'd be asking Dunedin a higher dividend from DCHL. In the past 5 years, DCHL has paid a dividend once, but it's actually reduced its borrowing within the group over that 5 year period by 6.4 million. So there are actually options for you to actually ask DCHL for a dividend. They've prioritised paying debt over paying dividend back to council. You can then look at the other assets that are not performing within council property, would be the obvious one. What surplus property is available? General property holdings, what is available that can be divested or its return is less than council's cost to capital. You need to consider that. And then also what greater asset efficiency do you have, particularly nowadays with working from home, hybrid working, does council's footprint need to be as big as it was? I am sure, and I've got complete faith that Sandy is looking at all of those issues. So, all right, so, and I'm just conscious of the clock. I've probably said too much, and I'm sure that council has been looking at these opportunities, and if council has any questions, I'll try and answer them now.
Thank you, Mr Mackenzie. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you very much, Grant. We have heard tonight the possibility of funds being invested in diversified investment funds ending up as PIN money. Do you agree with that?
Well, it depends how you invest the funds.
You need to turn your microphone back on.
Sorry. It depends how you invest the funds. So, yeah.
I would suggest wisely, but...
Microphone every time, yeah.
Yeah, I am out of touch. I guess what worries me, and I did put in my original submission, is that future councils, there's always the opportunity that they can dip into the fund. And I think that is always a real risk. So.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for hang on. Each time you press, turns me off. Sorry, are you right? Are you good? Okay. So you mentioned about ways of getting better dividends, etc., out of it. Do you believe that it should be run as profit making, as break even, or as a, if you like, a simple utility sort of social thing? You go.
You're talking about Aurora? Sure. Definitely profit making. Yeah. So you've got to think about here. If you were going to, if you want to do another model, you would then have to look at why then you've invested in some of the growth areas in New Zealand, Central Otago and that, because if you're going to do a trust model like our colleagues further up the road, where everyone's effectively a shareholder of the company, you're effectively giving away from the citizens of Dunedin that benefit to Queenstown Lakes and Central Otago region. I'm also a ratepayer in Central Otago, but it's a separate issue. But look, you definitely got to do it as a profit entity.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I'm just reading from your submission, and it talks the documents do not state if the return 8% are before or after tax and fees. And what would be the usual percentage of tax and fees? So would we have to make 10% to pay 2% tax and fees to get it to 8%? And would that be realistic?
Well, the tax rate generally is 28 cents. So right away you've taken 28 cents off. So your 8% is 5.6 or something. And then your fees would be around, like, depends how it's structured. You might get 50 basis points, but it could be lower. But you've got to take that off the return as well. So an 8% return also worries me because you're actually getting high up there in your asset mix. So you're going to have to gear it up because that's quite high when you consider that the New Zealand share market's long-term average is around 8%.
So I was trying to do the maths, but I know you're much better at maths than I am, about the 8% would possibly be unrealistic, and we'd be needing to make 10 or 11% just to get that 8% once all the fees and charges and taxes were paid.
It would be closer to that, yes, correct.
And my other question was just around, there's been some questioning here about if you keep the asset, Aurora, and it has the capital growth, or we put it in a cash fund and then put 3% back in the cash fund, in 10, 20 years, which would be higher, which would be worth more?
I haven't modelled out 10 or 20 years, sorry. I would love to. Surprising enough, I do have a day job, so.
But do you think that information should have been included in the document, or the information that councillors were given? I think we were given till 2030, and that's what appeared in the document that went out to our stakeholders.
So the comment I'd say there is that you have investment cycles. And what you've got at the moment with Aurora, rightly or wrongly, is it's doing some heavy investment. You've got some structural issues in the industry about change, and particularly with consumption coming in from various parties, solar, wind, everything else. So you've got some industry issues happening. But if you look historically, I would say that you'd get a better return from a regulated monopoly than you would from other investments.
Don't want to put words in your mouth. So would you consider this to be almost a gold-plated investment when you're talking about the rate of return being set by the regulator? So that's a safer kind of...
The comment I'd say there is, if I knew for every dollar I invested in my business I was going to get a guaranteed return, I would love it. Unfortunately, in business, very few businesses get that opportunity. So.
Except for lines companies?
Except for heavily regulated industries.
Councillor Wiley was next.
Thank you. Grant, thank you for making the time to come and present and for your submission, especially with the background and knowledge that you do have. The two questions I've got for you is, do you think there would be any appetite to split off the Centro Otago and retain the Dunedin Lines Company?
I'm just trying to think how I can be polite. I think that'd be silly, because you've effectively got your biggest growth area, one of the fastest growing areas in New Zealand. And the good thing about Central Otago is you actually have two peaks in load. So you have a winter peak for obviously heating, and now you have a summer peak for irrigation. So, to be honest, Central Otago is more attractive than Dunedin. It's got the growth. Dunedin's a bit more stagnant. So.
And the other question I have is there, you rattled off a number of DCC assets that we should consider or look over, as we already have cast an eye across. Do you see any other DCHL assets or companies that we should actually go through a similar lens as what we are with Aurora?
When I can't comment. I'm not in touch enough. I've only looked at this particular asset for you to look at actually whether it's being appropriate.
Thank you. And so I will carry on, because I think as a person with a lot of information, it's valuable to hear from you, and we have a gap because the previous person did not turn up. So Councillor Mayhem is next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Mackenzie. Would you consider that Aurora is a strategic asset? It's a utility, and we talked about monopolies and regulated monopolies. When you play monopolies, what is the electric company?
Are we talking about Monopoly, the board game? Yeah. Well, the ODT obviously did a version of Monopoly last year. So, and if you haven't got one, I encourage you to get one. They're a great gift for Christmas or birthdays or anything else. But anyway, it's I can't remember where it's on the board, but it is a strategic. Like my view, Aurora is a strategic asset. It's more of a strategic asset than the Waipori Fund, which Council has deemed a strategic asset, which I find anyway. So yeah, personally, I think it is. It's you've got more influence on Aurora than anything else.
And you keep utilities. So, but if we were wanting some dividends and a rate of return, are we not then, it's the ratepayers or the user pays, that's going to provide that from Aurora, wouldn't we be better to run at a loss and then maintain our line rentals at a minimum and support our ratepayers?
So effectively what you're going to do then is you're going to give a subsidy to your Central Otago ratepayers, and while they'll love you, I'm fairly sure the Dunedin ratepayers will not. And you get voted by the Dunedin ratepayers, just so we're quite clear on that, and would make a great headline.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Grant, for taking the time. I want to go back to something very basic, because we've had a lot of people in to say to us, basically indicating that any debt is bad debt. What would be your comment to them around debt in Aurora?
Two things. You need to look at debt differently for businesses. The way I'd look at it is your home, which I'd say is your council debt. And yes, I'd have some concerns about your council debt. It's increased at a significant rate, but that's because you've been doing so much. And then Aurora, it's a business debt. It's completely different. You should be getting a return off it. And the numbers that I did, and obviously they're outdated because of I can only use information that's publicly available. It was clearly shown that you're getting a greater return than your cost of debt.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
I think I was just waving in the wind. But anyway, now I've got the conundrum, obviously, about returns, and when you own half of the assets in your own ratepayer area, and actually probably more than half the asset now is not in your ratepayer area, obviously then you start looking at the area that's not yours. An area that's expanding, am I correct in saying you would expect a lines company in an area of expansion to have a fair amount of capital debt as it meets the expansion?
Correct. Yeah. So the other issue you got is because you're not revaluing the company every year, you're not getting that capital lift. So all you're saying is that we've put this money in and that's the asset base, but actually the asset base is worth more than that because every dollar you're investing, you're getting that guaranteed return. So.
And also the asset's accruing value in time as well by itself, potentially even early on appreciating faster than it's depreciating. Yep.
Correct. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Grant, for coming in. Two questions. I'll go back to something Councillor Barker alluded to, and also pointing out that an understanding of maths and understanding of accounts are two separate things. She touched on, and I think you used the words in your written submission, the inadequacy of this document. You did. Do you think it's telling that in the context, you don't have to worry if you said that or not, you did, but in the context of this potentially being, others have said it is, inadequate, do you think it's telling that the vast majority of people coming to sit where you are over the last 2 days are telling us to our faces that they are against selling this asset?
What I'd say is, first of all, I didn't say the document was inadequate in my submission. What I think the feedback you're getting is that people really care about this asset for all its faults, and they do see this as a strategic asset for the city, and we don't want to lose it. In my generation or my lifetime, we've sold off too many assets, and some of them have been forced upon us, and I'd prefer we didn't continue to sell.
And just, it was the point where you were talking about the 8%, you just said, does this speak to the inadequacy of the document? So that, there. And can I just ask you one other thing? Richard Healy was in earlier, and he seems to know a thing or two about power generation and transmission. His words were, Aurora is a government-backed, inflation-proof, gold-plated license to print money. How do you react to that comment?
I would take everything Richard Healy says with a grain of salt. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that, but that's my opinion.
That's a wonderful counterbalance.
All right. You done?
I'm done.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. On number 6 of your submission, you talk about 18% of our asset value, because over 6 million assets, 6 billion, sorry, and you've worked in finance for a long time. Would you consider that to be a bad situation or a reasonably, how would you rate that? Because we've had a lot of talk of people saying around this table, certainly some people raving about how bad our debt is and giving that as one of the reasons why we should sell this urgently. Is that 18% compared to the 6 billion asset? Do you think that's, how would you rate that?
Look, it's fine. What you should look at though is the ratio for the council versus the entities. Council's even lower. So look, I don't personally think we've got too much of a debt issue at all. You've got to remember why you've got debt for. It's an intergenerational argument for councils, and you've been doing a lot of spending. I walked down there today, George Street. It looks fantastic. Nearly got run over, but anyway, that's an aside. But it is, because I looked the wrong way. When you do that, you're going to increase your debt because that's going to be there for a long time. When I was at university, I laid the tiles in the octagon, and they're still there. They're not as even as they were, but they're still there.
Thank you. Councillor Vandevers.
The question I asked of a previous submitter was, how do you feel about us having $1.83 billion invested in our companies and not having had a dividend since 2015 for 7 years? How do you think that squares against what we should have been getting out of our companies?
Well, it's not a fantastic return, I admit that, and the first time to admit it, but you've also had instances where you've had other companies within the group who have not done returns previously. So City Forest for a number of years didn't do return, Delta for various reasons didn't do returns. But it does come back to the comment I said earlier to the councillor to your right, Councillor Barker, about the investment cycle and where that's at. And the problem you've got at the moment is you've got capital intensity, they need the money, but you will reap the benefits or the rewards from that in the future. And if you're not going to reap those rewards, you should definitely look at them. So,
what would you say to the claim that Aurora is very investment hungry, that it needs to invest far more money into Central Otago for a start, the 2 lines to Wanaka, for instance, completely inadequate, and that we simply don't have the cash to be able to optimise the value of Aurora and to run the Central Otago lines in particular in a way that is reliable or is going to give a return?
So I think what I showed, or hopefully what I showed in my paper, is that even if you funded that completely with debt, the return you're going to get is actually greater. So you can continue to fund it with debt in the short term.
And what if our debt ceilings and our agreements with the LGFA mean that we simply can't raise the money, as I believe is the case? We're at our debt ceiling now, and far more money is required to optimise.
Can I point of order? That's a mistruth. We're not at that ceiling.
Look,
25 misrepresentation.
We don't. What is there? Whether that's true, we are heading towards our debt ceiling. Is my observation of it. Do we have an answer on that?
We recently raised the debt cap from 1.4 billion to 1.6 billion, and I have it from Mr. Lone from DCHL that he believes within 2 years that the 1.6 billion won't be adequate either.
Right. Look, we have it adjourned for a couple of minutes. I think we've got, I think we've ended up now with a contentious situation. So I move we adjourn for 5 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Fee. So all in favour say aye. Carried. Point of order. As I recall, he was making the point that it is budget that we will hit the debt ceiling. And I'm sorry at the back there, excuse me, ladies. We're back in session, please. And so I'm not going to uphold the point of order. And the councillor was just making a point that we have budgeted already to get to their LGFA covenants. So that's not the key point. It was just part of what he was, the questions he were asking. And I consider that there's no need for you to be interrupting his discourse. Just, I'm not upholding the point of order, and Councillor Vandis will carry on.
You also said, Mr Mackenzie, that you expected that any new owner wouldn't retain the head office, and I agree with you, the CEO and CFO would likely go. But you also said that the engineers and asset managers would also go. Why would you think a new owner would get rid of the engineers and asset managers that have the intellectual property, all the understanding of the network? Surely they would keep those people, would you not think?
I'm just wondering why you So my knowledge of what happens in larger businesses is that when you take something over, you take out as much cost as you can, as quickly as you can. A lot of those functions can be centralised, and you would centralise them out of the city or where your existing head office is, because this network would be attractive to an existing operator. And I'd say they'd be very unlikely to keep all the staff that are currently employed there.
Thank you. And my last question, you said that we would lose control over what Aurora would be doing if we sold it. Given that we have no control over the pricing, that's done by the regulator, and given that because they are a lines company, we can't even make Lagoima requests to them, they're immune from Lagoima requests, and given that we have spent 10 years basically trying to overhaul Aurora to get it to a point where it's profitable and is giving us a dividend, rather than just having to keep pouring more debt into Aurora. What control do you think we actually have? You mentioned the SOI, but that hasn't basically done anything in 10 years that I can see that's been useful.
I'm no expert in the last 10 years, but what I can say is that the process that Council has previously followed was around a letter of expectations that was sent to all the Council companies. If you had a third-party owner, you will not have that process. And when you say that there's been no change made, there's definitely been focuses changed in Aurora because of Council's input, whether it's around sustainability or whether it's around other issues. They've definitely come through in their annual report.
My apologies, I didn't mean to say there'd be no change made. Actually, we've tried to make a lot of changes in the last 10 years, including splitting Delta and Aurora off from each other and from having the same board of directors. My point was that despite a lot of changes and despite the Larson report, we still haven't been able to get a dividend out of DCHL in many, many years, since 2015 in fact.
Are you talking Aurora or DCHL? Because I think, as I said earlier, I think there has been opportunities for DCHL to pay dividends in the last 5 years, but the shareholder has not prioritised that with them, because DCHL has continued to pay down its debt.
Are you aware that DCHL is going to give us, I think it's 11 million this year, for the first time in many years, and that city forests are being restructured to raise their debt cap by 15 million in order to pay us that $11 million dividend?
And no, I'm not aware of that, and if it's not publicly available, I wouldn't be aware of it. So.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, and that's our questions done. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming along and sharing your views with us. Thank you. And now we have Dr. Barbara Anderson.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for having me along today. I'm not speaking in, well, I suppose I am speaking in my role as Dr. Barbara Anderson, because I am Dr. Barbara Anderson. I don't think we should sell Aurora Energy. I don't think we should sell it because it is essential infrastructure. It is a public utility. I believe that it should stay in public ownership. I think that's why it was the way it was built, the way it's always been. Not that that's a reason necessarily for it, but the investment that's been into it has so far been from public funds, and that money has been invested by people on the understanding that it was an intergenerational thing that they were investing into. I think that Dunedin's incredibly lucky to have Aurora as public ownership. I think selling it would be short-sighted. I think DCHL believe that that there is a value to this asset, and quite a large value to this asset, and that's why they believe it would fetch a significant price on the market. And I think that speaks to the value that it has. I think it's always possible to revisit this and sell it in the future, but once it's sold, and that's it. You can't resell it, and you won't ever be able to reclaim it back into public ownership. And I think that we have a responsibility, not just to this generation, but to coming generations. And for that reason, I think that we should maintain it as an illiquid, as they say, asset. It is much more difficult to sell than to fritter away the pin money, as I heard someone call it, though I think that's a rather Victorian phrase. I question the need for dividends from a company like Aurora. I think, as I understand it, it currently pays very little in dividends, and as a ratepayer, I'm completely comfortable with Aurora Energy not paying much in dividends. I understand that there is trickiness around the fact that Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes District also take energy from this, and perhaps if we were looking to sell some share in Aurora, not in DCHL, to the Queenstown Lakes District and the Central Otago councils, so they had an equal share in it, then I might look more favourably on that as a resident. But I think it should be in public ownership. And I also think that a power company, that's essential infrastructure. When you think to what people who have not much money spend their money on, they spend it on the rent or the mortgage, and then they spend it on heating, which is power, which is electricity, and then they spend it on food. And I think that those in a lower socio-economic strata in Dunedin, those residents should not be subsidising other council business. So I'm completely comfortable with Aurora Energy not paying a dividend. And I understand that there's some kind of subsidy, if you want to call it that, to Central Otago, but it's not really a subsidy, because as long as it's paying what it costs to run it, then that's fine. It's paying for its own maintenance. It's paying for the cost of producing the energy. I think that if we sell it into private ownership, then that whole equation goes out the window, because the object of the main primary objective of private companies is to make money for their shareholders, and I don't think that that's what Aurora Energy's main focus should be. The main focus should be in providing the residents of Dunedin and through the Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes District branches electricity, power, warmth and food, heating. That's what that means to people. I think talking about it in pure monetary terms is just wrong. And I think once it goes into private ownership, it is there regardless of central government regulations. Central government regulations are at the whimsy of who's in central government. And we've seen quite a lot of that in the last couple of months, and I don't think that the residents of Dunedin want their power to go that way. The last point I'll make is that selling Aurora Energy will remove the ability of the DCC to influence the performance and direction of the company. Effectively, this removes the a very significant potential lever in the fight to reduce carbon emissions and slow climate change. And obviously power is a very big way to do that, and the generation of that power. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions.
I'll ask.
Sorry, you're supposed to ask for questions. Sorry, I did that last time.
That's
Sorry,
all right.
Mr. Mayor.
We may have some questions. My simple question is, are you happy to pay more in rates because we don't sell Aurora in order to keep Aurora?
Personally, I would be, yes.
Great, thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Would you look forward to paying less in rates in 20 years' time if we keep Aurora?
I would look forward to paying less in rates, and I think that by not selling Aurora, we will pay less, because it's not just rates, it's the rates plus the power bill, right? People have a power bill that they pay as well, and I think it's really short-sighted to just think of it as how much rates you pay, because everybody pays a power bill as well, almost everybody. Even people who are off-grid, they've managed to have the upfront cost to do it, and they don't pay that section of their rates bill. But I think of power as the same category as your rates. It's something you have, it's a fixed cost, it's something you have to pay.
But sorry.
Sorry, but microphone.
If you ask me the further question, would I be happy as someone with some disposable income, would I be happy to pay more on my rates or more on my power bill so people who have less income have a subsidised power bill? I would say yes to that as well. And I think that we should have that option. We have that option if DCC holds on to Aurora, but we don't. And I don't think that people should be cold in winter because they can't pay power, and I think the risk of that is much higher if we sell Aurora Energy to a private company who can charge so that their shareholders make money off of people trying to pay a winter power bill.
So I think you're making the point, and it was similar in the Three Waters argument too, that if you are connected to the system and you are living in the city, it's a household expense, whether it's a rate or whether it's an electricity bill or whether it's a water bill. They come in as the household expense. And would you feel that you could probably trust the council of all entities to be the one, no matter how incompetent and useless we are, to probably give you the best price to your household with the people associated with running it?
I do understand the reluctance and the reticence around how incompetent the council can be on occasion. However, the intention, if you sell it to a private company, you are just as likely to get people who are incompetent. But the intention is always that they make money. And I know that there's been problems with Aurora in the past and the management of it, but that doesn't mean that that needs to continue to the future, and it doesn't mean that it needs to be there now. And I don't think it should have any part in the discussion about whether Aurora is sold or not. How badly or well run a company is down to the board and the CEO at the time. But actually, with a company like Aurora, the intention of the owners is important. And if it's sold into private ownership, the intention of the owners is always to make as much money as they possibly can from selling power, from selling heating and cooking to the residents of Dunedin. That's the point of a private company. It's not something that they do because they're nasty people. That's just the point. That's the objective of them. Whereas the DCC, the objective, the intention of the DCC, whether it's, realised to everyone's perfection ideal, is to serve the people of Dunedin as best they can. And I'm sure that everyone around this table, although you may not agree in all things, I would hope that that is your intention, is to serve the Dunedin residents as best as possible. And that is the intention that Aurora, through being owned by the DCC, is. And I also think there's a weird thing here where we've got Aurora Energy and DCHL combined. And I don't know that all of those companies which are held in DCHL have the same importance as essential infrastructure. And a lot of those other companies could be managed in a way that they were able to provide better dividends. For instance, city forests. Why are we sending massive big raw lumber overseas to be produced? Why don't we turn that from a primary product here? But I don't want to digress into other things. Let's just stick to Aurora Energy. And I think that's the trouble with talking about the holdings company is that it has multiple entities in it, and I would see a place where we could carve off Aurora Energy from that whole investment portfolio and just treat it as one thing and not make it pay dividends.
Great.
If we're under DCHL, we can pass money to each other before we get taxed, which is one of the reasons. I've got one more question for you. The Local Government Act allows councils to bring CCOs back into departments. Were you aware of that? So it's not on the books by any means whatsoever, but at the moment, because Aurora is a CCO, we actually are able to bring it back into the council as a department of council if we wanted to. The electricity department, but obviously if we sold it, we wouldn't, right?
I wasn't aware of that, but I think that's a good idea, but I don't know what the cost. I don't know what the cost implications of taxes and shifting things around is.
Yeah, look, I think we're getting
that's
off
beyond
track,
my
but also
scope.
we're getting long questions and long answers, and there's quite a number of councillors want to ask questions.
Sorry.
So maybe we have a couple more. We've got two more concise questions on the books, hopefully, and perhaps a concise answer. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Dr. Anderson. Just a very quick question. You've obviously thought about your answers really carefully. In your networks, are your thoughts echoed, your opinions echoed in your networks? Do people have similar views? What have you heard?
I haven't heard anyone express an opinion in my networks, which, as you say, are quite wide, to the contrary. I mean, basically, it's a crazy idea to sell it for environmental climate change. Sorry, I'm stopped there.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you. In regards to if Aurora was sold and it was put into the diversified investment fund, do you agree that it would end up as PIN money in the long term?
Who's to know what it would end up, if it would end up as PIN money? I suspect, because that's the general nature of people, is to fritter away pennies and then it ends up being quite a lot. However, I think that when you think about a diversified, and this is going to be a slightly longer answer, sorry, when you think about a diversified investment portfolio, you also have to think about what you're investing in. And that is out of the scope, and I would rather invest in clean energy in Otago than in arms or drugs or who knows where else the money goes if it's in a diversified portfolio. There's all sorts of problems that we don't know the answers to.
Okay, sorry, we've lost the microphone.
Sorry, no, we don't. But so do you hold the same regards to the suggestion of, say, KiwiSaver being PIN money to those people who receive the proceeds from their investments once 65?
I think it's beyond the scope of me to talk on people who are beyond the age of 65.
Great, thank you. That was a very concise answer. Very good. Look, thank you very much for your presentation. Thanks for coming along here this evening.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Now, next we have Lyndon Wiggery and David Thompson and someone else. So 5 minutes, the clock's behind me, and then 5 minutes for questions, and I'll ask councillors to keep their questions concise, and similarly I know you can be relied on to have produce concise answers.
I will behave
Mr.
myself,
Wiggery.
Jules.
Thank you. Away you go.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to come back, as we promised last week when we submitted to you the annual plan. We get the impression that majority of Dunedin ratepayers and citizens are totally against selling Aurora, and we want to join them. And you'll know from our submissions that we have tried to present rational reasons why we support that stance. Interesting, just as an update, on our social media, we did a poll, and of 889 votes, we counted 807 were totally against selling Aurora, so that's an 88% return against selling Aurora, just from our own sort of humble poll. So I think that's an indication of some of the feeling out there. Let me, councillors and mayor, just put you back into perspective. How do we end up in this position? Well, it's because our esteemed Councillor Lee Vandervis, Chairman of the Finance Company, who is very concerned about council finances and the debt and everything, and determined in his role as Chairman to get a long-lasting dividend from the council companies, encourages you to write a statement of a letter of expectation to the DCHL, saying we now want a dividend from you, and we look to you to work that out from your group of companies. And what happens? DCHL come back to you guys and say, oh, we're not going to give you really a dividend, but we think that it would be far better if we sell Aurora. And so that's what we are faced with today. And so when I initially thought about this, I thought, and we talked amongst our team, on the face of it, it seemed like a good idea. Sell Aurora, we get $1 billion for it, we pay off the Aurora debt, and so that's off the books, and then, of course, address some of the council debt, and then put it in some sort of Waipori investment fund. But when we looked into it, we found there were some real fishhooks. And when we were talking about it, I remember talking to our team about the vision of Richard Walls. Remember him? Great Mayor of Dunedin. And he was the one who set up the council of companies, as I recall. And his vision was that these companies would be managed well and be able to return a dividend to us. And did you realise that in those days, we even appointed councillors to the boards of directors? We don't have that today, and I was shocked when I was watching you guys on YouTube, was it yesterday or today, one of the submitters had to remind you that we don't even have local directors on our DCHL board of directors anymore. That's how far we have lost control of our local assets. And so I think this gets to the point of, this is an issue about council reasserting their control of our companies and being like the Christchurch City Council, as we have alluded to in our submission, saying to them, you're not going to sell their assets like they did. We want you to manage your companies, particularly Aurora. We look to you to manage the debt. We look to you we recognise you've got this, as Richard Healy, I saw him this afternoon point out to you guys, a gold-plated licence to print company, and we look to you to manage the finances of the Lions company so that we do get a dividend. We are going to maintain our control. We're going to look at, perhaps, as previous submitters have said, about ways that we can exercise greater control over our council companies, perhaps even more than the statement of intent once a year, but we want a dividend from you, and I think that's one of the bottom lines. And so I think that is the issue that is underpinning all this debate. How much control do you guys have on behalf of the ratepayers for our group of companies? As you know, we've made this point in our submissions, Aurora is a very profitable company. We believe it is coming right. If you look at the figures and if you listen to some of the submitters, the impression that we're getting is it is coming right. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be that way in this particular document. And I want to endear myself to Councillor Walker here by agreeing with him, because he's probably going to ask me the question. I too don't think that this is a bias. This document is objective. It's too biased. And one of the things that I want to point out to you, and I'm very sorry that Sandy did not pick this up on behalf of her staff, when the staff decided to say to you, we want this to be a special consultative process under Section 83, what they did was they avoided that section that included Section 89. Section 89, you'll recall from our submission, says that this must be a fair representation of the major matters in the proposal. And so you see, by avoiding Section 89, you don't get in this document a fair representation, pros and cons of both options, and particularly option 2, which I would like to politely remind you, the majority of Dunedinites are preferring. So thank you, Stephen, because I've been watching him all day today asking submitters like us, what do you think about the document? And I want to remind you that the reply that submitters have been giving to Councillor Walker is, no, this document doesn't have the information available for us and including you guys, to make an informed consent. So I just want to thank you for that, Councillor Walker, because I think that is a very important issue. And what it raises is DCHL are talking to you guys in closed session. The question we want to know is, what information are they giving you, and what information are they withholding from you, so that all of us as a city can make a informed consent. I'm out of time. I see that, Jules.
Thank you. We have questions. Firstly, Councillor Vanderus.
Why is it that you think we don't have any local directors on DCHL?
Do we have local directors on DCHL?
Yes, up until recently we had almost all local directors on DCHL, but we have found that getting directors from a wider net, the latest directors that we have added to the existing local ones have been from out of town. In terms of the profitability of Aurora, it's been claimed that that Aurora is very profitable and that they have been able to pay dividends. We haven't seen a dividend since 2015 from DCHL. Aurora haven't registered a dividend to DCHL since 2017. We have this year insisted on an $11 million dividend, which it turns out is going to be paid by City Forests raising its debt. Given these facts, what makes you think that Aurora has these great profits that can pay dividends when they haven't managed to do that for so many years?
I think, Lee, that it's in terms of what Richard Healy was saying to you today, that if you look at the potential profitable earning power of Aurora, they are moving rapidly under a lot of pressure from you guys and from the Commerce Commission, from the Electrical Regulation Authority to get their house in order. And so the common saying that you have been hearing from submitters today, and we join them, is that in the long term they will get their house in order, they will pay down their debt, and so they will make a profit, and then out of that profit you will be able to receive a dividend at long last that will be used, I trust, to offset rates.
One of the things you said just now is you'd like to know what the DCHL people have been telling us, and I think it is in the public domain. We simply don't have the ability to raise the enormous amount of money required for Aurora to develop Central Otago, for instance. There are only 2 lines running to Wanaka. Massive investment is required in order for that problem to be rectified. We simply, as a owner, don't have the money and don't have the ability to raise the money that an international owner would have. My question is, what would you say if you understood that a much better cashed up owner would be able to optimise Aurora in a way that we simply can't?
I think there are real fishhooks, Lee, in the sense that if you have a private owner, as we put in our submission, you run the risk of asset stripping, you run the risk of infrastructure upgrades being deferred, perhaps to the detriment of Dunedin, if there's a real need in Central Otago. I personally, and I know that my fellow colleagues, we've talked about this, this is not a council problem. Because you've got a council-controlled company, it is up to them to sort out how they're going to finance their further upgrades. I mean, that group debt that is talked about in the document is their debt. It is not our debt. And ultimately, we hope we don't have to sort of meet that debt. Our debt is different to theirs. And so I think that is a red herring that they may be saying to council, because I'm not party to what you guys have been talking to in-house. But I think that's a separate issue, that's a separate problem that they address. We should be taking a stance of Christchurch City Council and saying, you guys sort this out, and all we want from you is a dividend.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I was going to ask Lyndon about the Section 83 of the Local Government Act, but you spoke to it already at your displeasure of the document. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Lyndon, you've often come and spoken to council, and with a lot of ranging views. You've often talked about the debt level that council has and the impact it has. But here you're actually talking about Aurora and the value of the debt. So I take it you and your group are conscious that this is actually good debt to have versus bad debt.
Well, thank you, Andrew. It's debt when you compare the debt to asset ratio. Now, I was watching when one of you asked Richard, what does he think was the value of Aurora? And I was smiled at his answer because he said, I get paid to answer those questions. And so I think that's the big unknown. But so if the value of the asset is so huge compared to the level of their debt, should we not be looking on the sidelines at that particular aspect of it? So that, as I said to Councillor Vandervis, it is their debt that they have to address. And once they get their house in order and they've got that potential earning power, as I heard Richard faithfully point out to you with his graphics and his slides, I believe they have the potential to be able to lower their debt and also earn enough to be able to give us a decent profit, and out of that net tax profit, they can come back with us with a dividend. And let's get back to the original vision that Mayor Walls gave us way back in the 90s.
So a quick question, are you prepared to pay more rates in order to keep Aurora?
That's a trick question, Jules. And I don't, because you are recognising that you and I are both ratepayers as well as power consumers, and so we pay line charges. So there's a balancing act here. And I think that if we get our house in order as a council, we address our own debt. In other words, if somebody was to say to me today, how do we address our debt? Well, you've heard many submitters, perhaps today and also last week with the annual plan, say to you guys, spend less and save more and start addressing the debt. I even heard somebody yesterday, a local businessman, was Mr. Bamford, suggest to you that you look at your commercial portfolio of properties and think about selling them if you want to be selling assets. So it's a real balancing act. But I don't think that we should try and sort of say, well, let's reduce the rates by selling off Aurora. I think that's on a hiding to nothing.
Sure. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. You would have seen Grant McKenzie speak earlier, possibly, yes. So one of the scenarios he gave along that line was, because the concern was about the dividends, and he said, well, we go through financial cycles, and he was talking about that what we could have right now is a time where they've got to invest in the infrastructure, and then there'll be reward, and we'll reap that later. But during this time, is that a period that you'd be happy to perhaps pay a bit more in the unit price of I think we're 7, there's been a couple of different numbers going around our unit prices, but a little bit higher unit prices and maybe a bit higher rates, but so that we then can reap the benefits later? Is that?
Carmen, I think it's a case of all of us are going to wear higher line charges, as we've indicated in our submission anyway, because that's what Aurora is going to be doing. Let's hope that even if we pay higher line charges anyway, that somehow that's going to generate through the financial mechanisms of Aurora back through DCHL into a dividend which we trust you guys to use to offset rates in the future. I mean, it's part of a big mix here. And I think the bottom line for us as a city is, let's not sell the family silver like we had to with a Waipori. And let's face it, Waipori may be a good investment, but I've looked at the council accounts and I don't see Waipori money going to infrastructure. Waipori money goes into some sort of administrative account. And so I'm not very encouraged that you're going to set up an investment fund that's going to really offset rates in a meaningful way.
Right. Councillor O'Malley.
I think you've already touched on it, but I just want to touch on it again. When you have a council-controlled organisation that is an infrastructure company and it builds households, it's a pretty circular relationship between getting income from a householder and then reducing rates for that same householder, is it not? And I guess my other question would be, would you ever sell a company just as it got through its problems?
No, of course you wouldn't, Councillor O'Malley. We need to really... I guess what we're saying is, councillors, please don't lose your nerve. Don't be intimidated by DCHL. Take a leaf out of Christchurch City Council and really go and tell them that we need to be able to... We look to you to get your house in order, and then when you get your house in order, we will expect a reasonable return on our investment by way of a dividend, and that's, of course, where Councillor Vandervis comes in as Chairman of your Finance Committee.
Rightio. Thank you very much for your presentation. And next we have Kimberly Frid. Sorry? Oh, yes. And who's coming to submit on the annual plan?
As is the next one as well.
Yes. So we have two annual plan submitters, Ms. Frid and Ms. Colombo. So if you guys, we have 5 minutes, there's a clock on the wall. And,
Kia ora koutou, he whakare kai a kauahau e te karete o John McGlashan, ko Kimberly Frid toko ingoa. Good evening, I'm the Head of Drama at John McGlashan College. My name is Kimberly Frid. I'm also a Curriculum Fellow for Drama at the University of Otago, teaching training secondary drama teachers. I'm an executive member of Drama New Zealand, Drama's National Subject Association for Early Childhood, Primary, Secondary and Tertiary sectors. I've just been made a life member of Drama NZ also. I'm also the former chairperson and regional rep of Drama New Zealand Otago Southland branch. Part of my role of being on the executive of Drama NZ is to advocate for kaiako and rangatahi across the motu. Now I find myself advocating for teachers, students and local creatives a bit closer to home. In my written submission, I outlined my call for the DCC to provide operational funding to the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust to continue running Te Whare o Rukutia until permanent, affordable and sustainable solutions to the city's performing arts and music venues are forthcoming. I also outlined the many ways we've been connected to this space over the past few years. As a drama teacher, the Fortune Theatre was my second home and a place beloved by my ākonga. We were devastated by its closure and it had huge implications for us as drama kaiako and our ability to take students to quality professional theatre in Otapoti. It was our creative community, a common meeting place for like-minded students and teachers to share in the magic of live performance and educational opportunities. Since the closure of the Fortune, the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust has become an integral part of anchoring those of us who are creatives in this city and providing platforms for creative expression that helps nurture communities. Te Whare o Rukutia has become our students' creative home away from home. The Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust has not only had a special focus on supporting emerging artists over the years and the development of new work, they've also been extremely important in supporting the mahi of rangatahi in our city, whilst also supporting us as kaiako. Te Whare o Rukutia has been an integral part of this over the past several years. It has brought kaiako and rangatahi together from across Otapoti in so many different ways. I felt it was extremely important for you to hear why rangatahi really values this creative space. This evening, I have 3 of my senior students with me. We have Reid Penwarden, a Year 12 student from John McGlashan, and Alice Johnson and Grace Hill, Year 13s from Columba, because I also teach Columba students from along the road. Before, I'm going to pass over to them before we come back to me. So, Grace, do you want to start?
Press the button, yes, you got it.
Kia ora, I am extremely passionate about the performing arts. Throughout the years, I have both performed and attended in various arts events in Te Whare o Rukutia. We cannot get rid of this venue as it provides all performers, specifically the youth, with an intimate and friendly environment to perform in. I personally have competed in the Dunedin Performing Arts Competition Society Instrumental Competition in Te Whare Orokatia. When doing so, my performance anxiety decreased significantly compared to other venues, as the intimacy of the space allows the performance to not be as intimidating. The alternative options that are available are not adequate enough and are not accessible to those with disabilities. As a member of the Dunedin Youth Council, I am our music event organiser. The first venue discussed was Te Whare Rukatia. However, this idea was quickly shut down due to its closure. This has left us stumped, as there is not a range of venues that are small and affordable. All creatives will feel the impact of closing Te Whare Rukatia, and we rely on these small venues to keep the performing arts alive here in Dunedin. I ask you to please reconsider your choice of closing down Te Whare Rukatia. It would truly be a massive loss to all creatives here in Dunedin. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with Grace. So, it's vital to keep Te Whare Orokatia alive, as we're both really involved in the arts community. So, from my perspective as a community member and as a person who's heavily involved in the arts, the closing of Te Whare Orokatia would be huge for our community, especially for people in performing arts. This is a place where I was involved in this year, and I really learned to love comedy this year. So closing this would actually really stop people's passions from forming, which I think is really huge. So.
Te Whare Orokatia is a very important space for people to practice theatre and expand their knowledge and confidence in that realm. We stand to lose one of the most important places that we as students can use to practice our humanity and express ourselves. From my point of view, it would remove a key part of my week as I hold improv club high in my heart, and taking that away would remove a place where I practice my improv skills. It's a place where students from all over Dunedin can come and practice their skills in a neutral space. I've been there from time to time to watch performances like the Bystander 9/11 play, which Miss Fred here directed. Without this space, these performances may not have happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we go to questions now? Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kimberly, and forgive me if I'm wrong, Reid, Grace and Alice. Excellent. And how did you get so many badges? That's ridiculous. Good to move away from Aurora onto something less problematic like live performance venues. Two questions from me. I'm aware, speaking to other people, this is an important place for all ages events, and there's a lack of those in the city. So what would potentially losing this mean for all ages? And Kimberly, maybe you want to, I don't know who wants to answer that.
I outlined in my submission just the many things that we've been to. It's been numerous. I've attended workshops there, I've seen young people perform there, I've been to older age events, I've been to music. So many. It's such a diverse, welcoming, creative hub. And for these guys, it's been something that's brought students together from right across the city. So yeah, we feel really passionately about trying to keep it, because it's been a really important space in our lives for the last few years.
Excellent. I think I might have two more questions. There's been a bit of talk, I don't know if you've been paying attention during this process, of potentially someone else stepping in and taking over Te Whare Orokatia. Would you think, if that happens, or do you think that one of the advantages currently is the financial accessibility of that space for groups that you take in there?
Yeah, for sure. So the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust have been amazing to work with, and they've been super supportive of Kaiako and us supporting the work that we do with our young people. We've even displayed stuff in their white box space. They're always welcoming. They've opened up their space to us at a discounted rate so that it is more accessible. I mean, I teach at a fairly affluent school, but there's not a lot of money put into arts sometimes, so we have to be quite creative in terms of how we fund things, and that's one way that they've really supported us, is they've made it open and accessible for everyone, so money is not a barrier. which is great.
I think you've sort of answered my final question, which is what did the FAT themselves, I mean, what do they, what's the expertise they bring particularly? And I think you might have just answered that, but maybe one of... Yeah, the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust, the people who run it and the people you liaise with, why are they so valuable and why is their expertise so important?
I'm actually probably a prime example for this. This year, yeah, like I was talking about, oh sorry, I'm in a weird angle. I was on a stand-up comedy workshop, and it was amazing, and I really met some amazing people through that. I got some really good connections from there. I learned how to love myself more, like confidence. My confidence grew so much. So they have those available for youth as well. Lots of like workshops they run, and we ended up actually getting an award for that as well, which was incredible because it was the first time that ever happened. So yeah, they've really helped youth in general, yeah.
And I'd just add that they're whānau, like they're like our extended family, and you know they've become really close friends. I mean, I'm a really busy teacher, but I volunteer my time for the Fringe because I feel so passionately about it.
After a long day, you've really cheered me up. Thank you.
Cheers. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, congratulations, Kimberley, on the Life Membership Award for 2024. It's lovely to be able to do that publicly, and I know your students will be proud of you. I have a question that follows on from hearing Grace and Alison Reid speak, and that is an observation you might have around career development, and I don't know what you plan to do. It may be that you plan to go into the arts or not, but what would be your comment about that, Kimberley? Te whare o rakatia in that career development, or the opportunity to go into the performing arts as a career?
So not all my students are extrovert, like real performers. There's a real range, and I think my joy as a kaiako is seeing kids that, you know, don't know if this is for them, coming into a space like Te Whare o Rakatia, when we had Otaputi Secondary Improv Club there last year, and going, wow, I've found my people, and this space is right in the middle of town, and it's fully accessible, it's on neutral ground, it's not at any of the other schools, and it became, like I said, a home away from home for them.
So am I hearing that it's not about the performing arts necessarily, but the confidence they get for whatever they do with their lives? And I'm seeing some nodding heads here. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Sounds like you've got huge experience in the arts, which is great. So you'll be aware of BATS in Wellington, are you? Would you say that what you've been able to use there is similar to what they had with BATS? Would you compare it a bit like that?
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it is kind of like a fringe kind of, I guess, kind of theatre thing. And I mean, even similar to what we used to have with the Fortune, we obviously used to have an educational kind of fee that we used to pay in, and then we'd bring our students at discounted rates. And I think that it is really, really important that the local professional theatre companies make their stuff accessible to students, and I think since we lost the Fortune, I'm having to take students to the Court Theatre in Christchurch. So, you know, we're doing a trip at the end of the term. We're leaving at 5:15 in the morning. We're driving up to Christchurch, going to see a professional show at the Court, and then driving back and getting home at 7 p.m. at night, because we feel so passionately about, you know, getting to see these top shows. So we've lost an awful lot since the Fortune went, and I think Te Whare o Rakatia in the meantime has really plugged that gap, because we've had the Fringe, we've got the arts, you know, we've got various things happening there. But yeah, we feel really passionately about it. It's a space that we don't want to see go, because we've already established something that's really amazing, and it just would seem ridiculous to let it go, because it works already.
So you would support a theatre or some form of new theatre as well for professional practitioners, would you, given the loss of the...
Yeah, so I've been involved with the talks with the group that is looking to redevelop the Playhouse, the Mayfair and the Nat. And I think, it's really important that we don't lose those venues, but also a lot of them are not fit for purpose. A lot of them are very inaccessible. If these kids have grandparents who are in a wheelchair, or, they're not going to be able to access them. So I feel like some of them need too much done to them. I would love to see a black box space theatre in the city to really bring people back. The court has run out of what looks like an airport hangar for years and years, but it works really, really well. And they're about to get a brand new theatre, which we're very jealous about.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you very much for coming along, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And next we have Maria Colombo.
I know. Sorry to let you down there, Steve.
There we go. So we have 5 minutes, and there's a timer up there.
Very good at time. Okay. Epic. It's the time. Great. Thank you so much for letting me come and speak to you today. My other time was when I was at Comedy Fest, so thank you. My name's Maria Colombo. I'm an art practitioner here in Dunedin. I run Impresaurus, which is Dunedin's only professional theatre, improvised theatre group. And I'm also the co-creator of Late Bloomers, which is a multi-award-winning theatre company. Thank you to the council members who came to the show this year. I'm here to thank you. I'm here to advocate, obviously, for the operational funding for Te Whare Orokatia. You've heard from a lot of people, I presume, so I just have organised my ideas slightly differently around some myths we might have about the arts in Dunedin, especially for those of you who aren't actively involved in the arts community, because it can be a space that, if you're not in, seems very daunting in a lot of ways. So my myth one is that people have tons of performing arts space in Dunedin. That's false. While there are spaces in Dunedin for performing, very few are fit for purpose, like Te Whare Orokatia, as you've already heard. Furthermore, most of the venues are completely out of financial reach for most groups, things like the Regent, the Glenroy, the Town Hall. They're not financially accessible. It's also reasonable to assume that people will need a variety of venues to suit different art forms, live music, theatre, even what kind of theatre, dance. And by way of example, we don't ask rugby players to play on the cricket grounds or ask hockey players to move over to where the soccer players play, even though the ground might be fallow for 6 months. We presume they need different things, and that's the same in the arts. And in many ways, Te Whare Orokatia is one of the most versatile spaces left. Myth 2, anyone can run Te Whare Orokatia. Somewhat false. Could someone run it? Maybe. But that's denying the community connection that DFAT has built within the arts community. It's also devaluing the specific skills of running an arts venue, understanding how artists may interact with the space, how audience members may interact with the space. And again, by the same notion, I'm tough as nails, pretty good at public speaking, and I've played rugby before, but no one's asking me to coach the Highlanders. So why do we presume they should run my theatre? It's not about just operating the program, but, and also, sorry, the installation costs of a theatre are higher than people think they are. So it's not just about running it. Most of the stuff in there belongs to DFAT, which means you're asking someone financially to set up hundreds of thousands of dollars of performing material. It's just not a financially responsible decision. Myth 3, art doesn't have a wider impact. False. The creative community sector contributes approximately 6.3% of total economy, 6% of the national workforce, and contribute to cultural identity and social cohesion. The creative sector contributes more to the economy than agriculture, forestry, and fishing. Engagement in the arts has been shown to enhance mental health and well-being. Studies indicate that participation in creative activities can reduce symptoms of anxiety, depression, and stress. Community arts programs have been found to improve overall well-being and social connectedness globally. So the current well-being crisis has increased the demands on GP clinics, clinical psychologists, hospitals. Increasing arts access is a low-cost alternative to a wider mental health crisis. Further, the skills in theatre are valuable, not just to performers, but to council people, right? Like, I would love to get some of you in an improv room and teach you some things. It'd be a great time. We'd have some fun. These are skills that are transferable and should be more accessible. Myth 4, artists in Dunedin cannot decide what they want, so the funding is confusing. Let's just not give them any. False. I hear a lot of rhetoric that arts communities can't agree on what they want, but I think there are a few factors here. First, Funding's restricted, really restricted. So you're asking people to make decisions out of fear and out of limited resources. So it's disingenuous to blame the community for not coming to consensus, because everybody is trying to fight for their bit of the pie when they know that there isn't a lot to offer out there. Second, the lack of agreement about what this new kind of mythical venue looks like and how it's going to operate shows that there's actually really massive industry, creative industry in Dunedin that might need a variety of different things. So, I mean, I empower council to like put a stake in the ground and prioritise developing a certain venue for this moment. And understand that commitments will have to keep changing as we keep building the idea that we're a city of literature. We are the sister city of Edinburgh. We have these incredible artistic connections. We should be kind of funding that and allowing that to grow. So I strongly support the building of a professional theatre space in Dunedin, I'll just say that. And I also think that continuing this operational funding does not run in contradiction to that goal. It is a space for music, art, community workshops. It's an incubator for talent that will fill the walls of a professional theatre someday. Otherwise, we are going to build this professional theatre and have no space for budding artists to build professionalism, experience and art in that field. And I guess I'll just leave you by saying the grass is always greener where you water it. So if you stop watering it, it's gone. And I think that Te Whare has been an underused resource, and instead of restricting their funding, you should increase it, because that is how people are going to access the space and it will be used for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Maria. The way the Highlanders are playing, they'll probably be knocking on your door pretty soon, so be prepared. And congrats on the show that was at the Fringe. It was exceptional with Baroness. 3 questions, I think. You talked about the myths, and I'll go back to myth 1. And part of that myth was around the financial accessibility. And I think there is a myth that other venues are accessible but aren't because of that. Is that one of the special attributes of Te Whare?
Yeah, I've done it. Yes, and I think, you know, I talk about the funding in a few ways, or the money there in a few ways. It is cheap. As cheap as far as venues go, and also what you get for your money is high. And you might not know that if you haven't put on a show, but they actually provide like a technician, you know, someone front of house to actually help you run an event. I mean, we can run an event. We've done, you know, my companies have done a lot of them. But man, for artists who have no idea what they're doing, someone who can work a lighting board, that costs a ton of money in a professional space. So when you look at it, it's actually the cost is so much lower than you might think it is when you think of the high levels of expertise that go into that. So yeah, it's cost, and also the cost relative to the professionalism you are getting.
Thank you. I can't look at you without imagining you in that big dress you were wearing on stage. Second question, as a practitioner who's performed there, is the space, I mean, is it a good space for sort of a wide range of performing artists and art shows?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been part of Writers' Festival. I've been part of probably everything Dunedin Fringe does, Arts Trust does. It's, you know, it's great for comedy. It's great for these things. Like, the reality is, where's its limit? Its limits if you needed big wing space, but it's a small venue. It's not designed for that. What it's designed for, it reaches the absolute limits of in a great way. I want to see it used more for music, more for dance. It's got so much flexibility. But, you know, when they're under the pump, they can't get enough people in to showcase how massive that is. So the more we fund it, the more we're going to see from it. I've taken a Reiki workshop and that was great.
And final question. I mean, you're somebody that's put on shows there, and then subsequently, I mean, you've taken stuff to Australia and you've just been in Auckland. So, I mean, I'll use you as the example. Are you living evidence of the proof that Dunedinites can think big, despite their roots being in this place that we may not ultimately support?
Yeah, absolutely. I just came back from Comedy Fest in Auckland. We were the only Dunedin company, like Dunedin-based company that was there. And we got in kind of, well, I think we got in because someone came to Baroness in Fringe who pulled strings and got us into Comedy Fest. Like, straight out the pump, because we applied, didn't get in, then got a call on Monday being like, oh, a space is opened. I think people devalue the arts down here, but man, Abby Howes is a Billy T winner now, and she's Dunedin born and bred. We just went up to Comedy Fest, and we are now getting knocks on the door from Nelson Arts Festival, all these incredible places. Dunedin has so much to offer, so much, but we're making it too hard for people to show it. We can do it because we have gotten the funding. We are a committed arts group. We have also failed enough that we know what to not do wrong. But if you had to take more risks than we do, I wouldn't do it. And you'll lose people like me, for sure.
Cool, thanks. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Yeah, you've made some really good points. Do you think funders need to review the funding models that they're offering, particularly the arts sector, around their operational funding? Because a lot of the time you can get funding for other things, but you often can't get it for operational. And a lot of people say, myself included, that was one of the downfalls for the Fortune, because they couldn't, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will admit that I'm naive in terms of that level of what goes into it. But I think that all funding structures, every time you're going through and you're like, what can I pay for? What can I pay for? Shout out to Aratoi, because you can pay for personnel costs, but a lot won't do that. So I think in general, it needs a sit down of saying, what do we want to see in 1 year, in 5 years, in 50 years? And have a look of saying, what are our real barricades there? And when we don't have a professional theatre that is running operationally, operational costs tend to drag everybody under. So it's like you've got to find a balance there. And I'll say it's going to be expensive off the bat, but if you don't take that risk, you are never going to get the benefit. I don't want to keep going to the court to see a show. I just don't. We've got better art here.
But do you see that this is obviously I see you might have heard me say before, this Te Whare Rakatia is probably more like a BATS, and then while professional, would you say, it's fair to say, that at the moment professionals like yourself can use this space at times, but it's probably, would you say that you would probably rather be in a different space if there was something better?
It's a great question. I can't imagine the future where, I haven't seen a plan that makes sense yet. But what I will say is that we have a long way to go to bring back professional theatre. And do I think that when Dunedin fully funds theatre and we have this incredible space that has these awesome wings and then also this functional, 80-seater venue that I envision, black box, beautiful, maybe we turn to a time where we go, Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust moves in there for Fringe, maybe it changes. But right now, we are not even close. And so right now we are losing artists, we are losing our creative centre, we are losing our live music industry. I work with students, they don't know what Dunedin sound is. That's embarrassing. Dunedin sounds rad. We bring it back. We're losing this stuff, and it's the same as language acquisition. It takes a generation to lose it and 4 to get it back. So we're losing our fluency of art, I think.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and coming along this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our ultimate submitter is Mr. Dan Jolly. And Mr. Jolly's talking about Aurora.
Yes. Kia ora katoa. I'm Dan Jolly, and I'm going to speak on Aurora. Just got a few words, and then I guess we can talk about it. Basically, the way I see it, the maintenance and upgrades of the lines that are going to be required in the future are going to have to be paid for by somebody, and they can either be paid for by the public through a public model, or they can be paid for privately, which is effectively the public plus profit. So I think you need to think about that when you think about the ratepayers. And who pays for Aurora will determine who controls Aurora and who benefits from Aurora. If a private investor pays for Aurora, then it's inevitable that the lines charges will need to be increased substantially to cover the cost and to make, more importantly, a profit for the investors who bought it. I think the DCC is correct that the rates won't go up, so that's quite right. You'll shift it off your books. But if you privatise Aurora, then you're going to force all the ratepayers' line charges to go up, because they'll have to, and they'll have to go up by the previous cost that the DCC was paying, plus the profit incentive. Nobody's going to do it if there isn't any profit, and they're probably going to want quite a bit. And these increases in line charges will not be shared evenly between the people to create access as they were under the public model, but rather to maximise the profit from the asset. And that is the actual objective of ownership model in the current environment. The other thing is Aurora Energy is a monopoly, and it's unlikely that the difference between the line charges required for maintenance and upgrades can be separated from the profit that privatised Aurora will try and take. I don't think that the Commerce Commission can offer any significant protection to the ratepayers of Dunedin, because how would they disambiguate legitimate costs from profit? And in fact, they're not really allowed to say that you're not supposed to make a profit. That's fine. That's by the business model. When in public ownership, large bodies of consumers currently probably do subsidise the rural areas of Otago, because I'm an engineer and I can tell you that running lines way out to all these farms and industrial places and stuff like that, that's going to cost a lot more money to maintain than it will for a local city like this. So you'll probably see that the rural charges will go up quite a lot. And because of that, the rural consumers will have to probably pay a lot more under the user pays model, which I don't think I'm not too sure how rural customers are charged, but I doubt they're paying for all their lines charges, which they would probably do under privatized model. This could potentially make electrical connection for the rural customers unaffordable, and the effect of this could be to undermine local industry and even bring in unforeseen health and safety risks if they don't have enough electricity and that kind of scenario. As the private model looks to maximise profit, it's very poorly suited to the maintenance of critical infrastructure, and this conflict will continue to increase as the impact of climate change makes maintenance of the lines and the further decarbonisation and electrification of New Zealand even more and more important. Meanwhile, we're trying to sell lines that the decarbonisation is going to depend on. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I've come up with a solution, you'll be glad to hear. Not all doom and gloom. I've got the third path, and so what I think, and I don't know the history of Aurora and the DCC, but it would seem to me that you'd be better off to allow Aurora to charge decent line charges to recoup its losses, rather than it running a loss and coming to the DCC with a handout which increases DCC debt. The ratepayers have to pay it regardless. There's no magic thing here, and if you don't do it through line charges and a publicly owned model, the ratepayers are actually going to pay far more and in a less equitable manner than they currently do under a privatized model. So I think what the DCC should do is not privatize, obviously, but they should also increase whatever cap, and I don't know if there was a cap that was stopping Aurora from recouping its investment requirements, so that it can charge the amount it needs to do to run the company and not necessarily make a profit initially, but if it does make a profit, then that can return back to the DCC as it's supposed to do, and which I noticed it did do for up until about 5 years ago. It wasn't meeting up. Now, I don't know if that's because they weren't doing maintenance or you had some change in how you did the line charges or anything like that. But that's basically my submission, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Certainly. Councillor Vandevers?
Why is it that you think that line charges will go up when it's been very clearly figured that the line charges are absolutely set by regulation of the Commerce Commission and the Electricity Authority?
Well, if that's the cap... Microphone, please. How do you do this? Push the button. Right. If that's the cap that the national or the New Zealand government does not allow line charges to go up, then we have a problem. Because how else are we supposed to pay for this asset? And yeah, I wasn't aware. I thought that the DCC, because it owns it, would be able to regulate the cap on the line charges. So instead of 10 cents per whatever, it would allowed to go higher, and that would make much more sense to maintain the, as you probably understand, the public ownership model. But I wasn't aware of that, so sorry. That was not, I don't think, in the information that was sent to us.
Okay. That is the real problem, and that is that we can't influence the price at all because that's set by the Commerce Commission. Also, as an owner of Aurora, we have very little ability to influence how they operate. How would you suggest we go about getting a return from the massive investment we have in Aurora when the current arrangement means that we haven't had a dividend since 2015? And the dividend that we're now insisting on, and I have as Chair of Finance, insisted on getting at least 11 million, which is a very small dividend actually. Turns out that Dunedin City Holdings Limited, the company between Aurora and us, is actually going to get City Forest to borrow that money to give us a dividend. So the claim that it's been highly profitable, the claim that a private operator is going to increase the cost. These are claims that are out there, but given that they're not the case, would you look at it differently when what we're proposing is to sell it to an entity that can afford to invest in it in a way that we can't because we can't raise the capital, and put the money instead into an investment that will give us a dividend that we haven't been having? I'm sorry it's a long question, but it's complicated.
Well, why would a private investor want to... Every time he speaks, your mic goes off. Why would a private investor want to invest in a company that has such major costs and probably increasing costs if they can't increase the line charge either? Where would they make any profit?
They would look to be a very long-term investment where they would have a lot of spare capital that they could plough into it, and recognising that Central Otago has tremendous development potential.
I think, Councillor, I think we need to be asking questions of the submitter rather than getting into a debate or trying to discuss the topic. So, do you have any further questions?
No,
no further questions. Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Jolly. I'm interested in your perception of the profitability of Aurora. I assume you've got that from the consultation document?
I've only got the little graph that shows that it used to be profitable and then it dipped down and then it went negative, and now I guess it's still negative. That's all.
The top one of those two? Because that's dividends. Yeah, but that's dividends. Aurora posted an $11 million profit last year. So would you suggest that potentially looking at that graph misled you a little bit in the understanding of how profitable Aurora is? I'm not attacking you by that. I'm just saying, do you think that was good information?
I think it's very hard to make to ask a submitter to make a judgment call on that in this moment.
Yeah, I think information like that Aurora is not allowed to increase line charges would have been useful.
But that's not quite accurate either. So the line charges in Dunedin are not the same as they are in Queenstown or Central Otago, because Aurora's invested heavier there. And Richard Healy actually showed those charges today to us. And there's like a 3 cents difference between Dunedin, and they pay more up there than we do down here, because the Commerce Commission looks at your capital investment and then says what you need to recover, and so it's negotiated. So it's not set by the Commerce Commission, it's negotiated with the Commerce Commission. And you are correct, it didn't.
Sorry, I cut you off accidentally. So if that's the case, then it is possible for the Commerce Commission to allow Aurora, because of all the capital which has come in through the DCC, to increase the line charges to cover the thing and make a profit. And the ratepayers will have to pay for it, but at least we don't have to pay for profit. We just have to pay for maintenance and climate change adaptation, which is going to be very expensive.
Yep. Are you aware that the inhibition to us, well, the issue with us receiving dividends from it is the fact that we have to fund the investment in Aurora from debt. We don't have free cash. We don't have cash coming in to be able to invest in it. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that currently you fund the investment in Aurora through debt.
Yeah, Aurora funds its own investment in Aurora from debt rather than free cash.
What I'm arguing for is that the line charges go up so that Aurora can fund its own investment and you don't have to fund it from the DCC debt pool. Because I agree, increasing DCC debt to fund Aurora while keeping line charges low, and then you have other debt-related issues, it's going to cause a long-term problem. And it is the major argument for privatization. But if you privatize, you lose control. And then you have even less control over how much the ratepayers get paid. So it would seem to me that with that, what you guys described, the Electoral Commission, was it the Commerce Commission should allow the line charges to rise so that slowly you get more money in, and you might have to do a little bit more debt, but overall it'll start to pan out over the years because you've already made the major capital investment, I assume. Don't know, but yeah.
They do in response to the capital investment. So
yes,
you're right.
So that's roughly correct.
Yep. Absolutely. Very good. Thank you. Now, do we have any further questions? No? There we go. And so thank you very much for your attendance and submission, and thank you very much, councillors. And I move that we adjourn the meeting till tomorrow morning at, tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Have a second for that, Councillor Vandervis. All in favour say aye. Carried.